Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Judah, Kipp, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Michelson Genet, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez,
Oh, man. Excuse.
Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter. Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, and 1 excuse. We have a quorum. Senator Pelton B., would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the journal. Senator Amabile. Approval of the journal. Come on down. Just read what's there.
Okay. All right. God, I feel you guys have my back. I appreciate that. I move that the Senate Journal of April 17th, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
Senator Amabile, who was your predecessor? Like who was in the Senate before you in your seat?
Gosh, I don't remember that guy. I mean, it's kind of vague, but I think his name was Feinberg or Fenberg or
I'm just making sure that you were prepared
Raleigh
for this.
Heath.
You know, I'm making sure we're all being trained on how to do the work properly. Oh, you stop it. All right. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Oh, wow. Oh, God, no. Opposed, no. Now, that's how it's done, but the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please add Majority Leader Rodriguez to the roll. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 299, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 869, 75, 122, 126, 155, 169, 195, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 27, 34, 53, 158, 167, 179, 181, 182, 186, 189, 192, 193, 194, correctly revised, House Bill 1283, correctly re-revised, House Bill 1117, 1154, 1219, 1272, and 1301, correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 154, 166, and 191, Senate Joint Resolution 16.
Committee reports.
Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1207 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1166 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 118 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1017 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 290 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance. House Bill 1222 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar.
Conference committee reports.
First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 206 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 206 concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, except as otherwise noted, has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following. One, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senator Bridges, Chair, and Senator Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, and Sirota and Taggart. To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 212 concerning the temporary use of the Centennial Correctional Facility South Sea Tower to house inmates during the Sterling Correctional Facility Access Control Project and in connection therewith making an appropriation has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the House recede from its amendment made to the bill and that the re-engrossed bill be adopted without changes. Respectfully submitted, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. To the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 214 concerning reimbursements for eligible meals provided through the Healthy Schools Meals for All program, and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation has met and report that it is agreed upon the following. One, that the House recede from its amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill and the following amendments be substituted therefore. To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 226 concerning an extension of the renamed Complementary and Integrative Health Program for a person with a primary condition, resulting in a total inability for independent ambulation in connection therewith, making an appropriation has met and reports that it is agreed upon the following: that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill and that the re-revised bill be adopted without change. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. Your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 228 concerning the creation of a cash fund within the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise for premiums paid by individuals to buy into the state medical assistance programs for low-income individuals with disabilities and in connection therewith, making and reducing appropriations has met and reported that it agreed upon the following: that the Senate accede to the House amendment made to the bill and that the re-revised bill be adopted without change. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. Your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 229 concerning Medicaid reimbursement for community health workers has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the House recede from its amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill and that the following amendments be substituted therefore. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. Your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 254 concerning the Stationary Sources Control Fund. The Stationary Sources Control Fund has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: one, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appears in the re-revised bill. Two, that under the authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between two houses, the following amendment be recommended. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. Your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 258 concerning a temporary reduction in the road safety surcharge and in connection therewith, modifying the allocation of revenues from the surcharge to increase allocations to counties and municipalities during the temporary reduction has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. Your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 261 concerning the administration of the property tax deferral program and in connection therewith reversing the 2022 shift of administrative responsibilities for the program from county treasurers to the state treasurer and rescinding eligibility for deferral of for persons who are not seniors or persons called into active military service has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following. 1, that the House recede from its amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill. 2, that under the authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between the two houses, the following amendments be recommended. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. Your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 262 concerning changes to the amount of money in the Capital Construction Fund has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. Your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 268 concerning changes to money in the marijuana tax cash fund and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following. 1, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill. 2, that under authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between the two houses, the following amendments not be recommended. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart. Your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 270 concerning nursing facility fees collected by the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise and in connection therewith, authorizing the enterprise to provide additional services to nursing facilities in exchange for the fees collected, and making and reducing appropriations has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill and that the re-revised bill be adopted without change. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Mobley and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota and Taggart.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
The motion to proceed out of order for the consideration of resolutions. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We will proceed out of order. Consideration of resolutions. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of SJR 015.
Senate Joint Resolution 015 by Senators Kolker and Danielson and Representative Titone concerning the designation of a portion of Colorado State Highway 58 as the Officer Evan A. Dunn Memorial Highway.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SJR 015, and I request that it be read at length.
Mr. Schauffele, please read SJR 015 at length.
Whereas Officer Evan Alexander Dunn honorably served as a member of the Golden, Colorado Police Department, demonstrating exceptional dedication to protecting and serving his community, and whereas Officer Evan Dunn tragically lost his life in the line of duty on November 6, 2024, while performing his sworn responsibilities, leaving behind a legacy of bravery, service, and sacrifice, and whereas Officer Evan Dunn resided in Littleton, Colorado, alongside his wife Annalise, and was deeply respected and loved by his family, friends, colleagues, and the broader community. And whereas Officer Evan Dunn was a devoted and selfless husband, son, brother, grandson, and uncle, known for his unwavering kindness, loyalty, and faithfulness, who placed others before himself, dedicating his life to serving his family, friends, and community with love and generosity. And whereas Officer Evan Dunn found deep joy and peace in the great outdoors, cherishing God's magnificent creation and drawing comfort from the beauty and tranquility of nature, and nurtured that love in others. And whereas Officer Evan Dunn served his country honorably in the U.S. Army National Guard as an Army aviator piloting the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, showed leadership and commitment by achieving the rank of captain and serving as company commander in both the Missouri and Colorado National Guard, and consistently showed courage, discipline, and an unwavering dedication to his fellow service members and country. And whereas it is fitting and proper to honor Officer Evan Dunn's life and service by designating a portion of Colorado State Highway 58 between 6th Avenue and McIntyre Street in his memory, and whereas the memorial designation will extend from mile marker 0 at the intersection of 6th Avenue to the eastern city limits of Golden near McIntyre Street, ensuring that Officer Evan Dunn's service is recognized within the jurisdiction he served. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House concurring herein. 1, that the portion of Colorado State Highway 58 from mile marker 0 to the eastern city limits of Golden near McIntyre Street be designated as the Officer Evan A. Dunn Memorial Highway. 2, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purposes of the initial placement of signs to mark that portion of the highway, Colorado State Highway 58, as the Officer Evan A. Dunn Memorial Highway. And 3, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the City of Golden for the maintenance of the signs marking the Officer Evan A. Dunn Memorial Highway. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to Officer Evan Dunn's wife, Annalise Dunn, the Golden Police Department, the City of Golden, the Colorado Department of Transportation, Governor Jared Polis, Jefferson County Commissioners Andy Kerr and Rachel Zenzinger, former Colorado Senate President Steve Fenberg, State Senator Chris Kolker, State Senator Jesse Danielson, and Colorado Senate President James Coleman.
Discussion. Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you for standing and honoring Officer Dunn. You may be seated. I've got up here before to honor people who've sacrificed in their lives. One particular person for donating their organs, donating life. And I'd like to honor Officer Dunn and his family who are here today to honor the greatest sacrifice that can be given. For one, is to give serving in law enforcement, serving to protect others, serving to do their job and keep our communities safe. Officer Dunn was killed in a tragic accident when he was investigating another accident, and it brings to attention the need that we all need when we're driving to make sure that we're paying attention and giving the room that we require here by law to a law enforcement, because something just as innocent as investigating an accident on the side of a highway is just as dangerous as every part dangerous in their everyday work. And Officer Dunn, I spoke to wife Annalise, they moved here from Missouri. They've been here a relatively short period of time for a lot of us. I also moved here from the Midwest and came because Colorado's God's country, right? Outdoors, came to enjoy Colorado, came to be part of the community, and then ultimately make that ultimate sacrifice for this community. So it doesn't matter how long you've been here, you are Coloradans. You are here. You are a part of everything that we believe in. And I want to thank the family for being here and thank Officer Dunn for that sacrifice.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to echo what my colleague just said and welcome the family to our Capitol and to honor the life of Officer Dunn. He served in my district. We will be eternally grateful for his service to the department in which he served. So there's not much more I can say that isn't listed in the resolution, except that this is an extraordinary young man and a life of promise, and we grieve with you. We thank you for your service too, because family members of law enforcement, it's a different kind of obligation. We recognize how difficult that is, and everything that he brought to our Jefferson County community, and like Senator Kolker just said, to our state. And we do want to introduce the family, but Mr. President, if it's all right, I would like to observe a moment of silence and have the chimes be rung.
We will honor Officer Dunn with a moment of silence while we ring the chimes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Further discussion. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as we honor such an extraordinary man and his service to our state and our Jeffco community, I do want to honor the family by asking them to please stand. If we could please welcome his wife, Annalise, his parents, Cindy and Bill, his sister, Aubrey, and her husband, Caleb, their son, Willem, and I just learned that they have 2 other wonderful children who are a little bit younger and not here today. I hope she gets over her cough. His brother, Tyler, and his sister-in-law, Mindy. And they are here with their children, Adeline, Liam, and Ian. Thank you so much for being here. I also wanted to ask Chief Joe Harvey. He is the Chief of Police of the City of Golden, and from day one has been very present throughout this whole thing. And again, you have our gratitude for your service and for your service to this family and the rest of our community. Welcome, family members. Thank you for being here all the way from Missouri.
The motion is the adoption of SJR 015. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. On this one, folks, I request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile. Amabile, aye. Baisley. Baisley, aye. Ball. Ball, aye. Bridges. Bridges, aye. Bright. Bright, aye. Carson. Carson, aye. Catlin. Catlin, aye. Cutter. Cutter, aye. Danielson.
Aye.
Danielson, aye. Doherty. Doherty, aye. Exum. Exum, aye. Frizzell. Frizzell, aye. Gonzalez. Gonzalez, aye. Hendrickson. Hendrickson, aye. Judah. Judah, aye. Kip. Kip, aye. Kirkmeyer. Kirkmeyer, aye. Colker.
Aye.
Colker, aye. Liston. Liston, aye. Lundin. Lundin, aye. Marchman. Marchman, aye. Michelson Janae. Michelson Janae, aye. Mullica. Mullica, aye. Pelton B. Pelton B, aye. Pelton R. Pelton R, aye. Rich. Rich, aye. Roberts. Roberts, aye. Rodriguez. Rodriguez, aye. Simpson. Simpson, aye. Snyder. Snyder, aye. Sullivan. Sullivan, aye. Wallace. Wallace, aye. Weissman. Weissman, aye. Winter. Winter, aye. Mr. President.
Aye.
Mr. President, aye.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused. SJR 015 is adopted. Co-sponsor, Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all, colleagues, for your support today. And I just wanted to invite the family when you're back from Missouri. And Annalise, you know we drive that stretch of highway twice a day sometimes. Know that we'll think about Officer Dunn and everything that he contributed forever. So come back and see us and come back and see the markings. Thank you again.
Members, before we take a brief recess to greet our guests, they were acknowledged, but I also want to acknowledge and thank former Senate President Steve Finberg for being here today, as well as Senator Zenzinger. Thank you so much for being here today. And I'd be remiss if we also didn't recognize another senator here in the chamber, Senator Greg Brophy. Thank you all for being here. Members, we'll take a brief recess.
personal privilege.
Really?
I just found out. Because it's Columbine Memorial.
Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
The motion is
by
proceed
the,
out of
by the senator from Aurora.
the motion is proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. What? The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Moments of personal privilege. Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Today marks 26 years since the Columbine high school tragedy, a moment that changed Colorado forever and our nation. I was in high school when it happened, and it shaped how our entire generation viewed safety, community, and what it meant to protect our children. My dear friend was in the cafeteria that day, and she has carried that burden and trauma with her every day for 26 years. But this year was different. Her child started high school, a different high school, but still, they found themselves back in the high school cafeteria for back-to-school night. She made it through that night, but it gave her great pause, and it was difficult. She's strong, and that strength and that resilience is shared by so many in the Columbine community and beyond. We remember and honor their lives: Steve Cunrow, Daniel Mosser, Daniel Lee Roberg, Kelly Ann Fleming, Matthew Ketcher, John Tomlin, Kyle Albert Vasquez, Casey Renee Bernal, Corey DePoor, Rachel Joe Scott, Isaiah Amon Schulz, Lauren Townsend, and William David Sanders. We carry their memory with us and remain committed to building a future where every single child feels safe, supported, and seen. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I request that the chimes be rung.
The chimes will be rung. Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members, please be seated. Oh, yeah, you got to push it one more time and turn it off. There we go. I didn't tell you that. I'm not a very good instructor. Madam President, I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge 3 individuals who helped me become the person that I am today, 2 of which I've known since I was in college. I'd like to just take a brief moment to recognize Miss Marsha Joyce, Miss Teresa Davis, and Miss Jody Holzhauer, moms and an aunt who have blessed me to get to the position I'm at today, and they're visiting the Capitol. Please join me in recognizing them today. They all have to put up with me. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome.
We should all be recognized for putting up.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over special order second reading of bills until tomorrow, Tuesday, April the 22nd.
The motion is lay over special order second reading bills counter Tuesday, April 22nd. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and special order second reading bills counter will lay over until Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of all the bills on the consent calendar.
Senate Bill 169 by Senator Judah and Pelton R. and Representative Zakai concerning the implementation of a restaurant meals program for certain receipt recipients of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Senate Bill 195 by Senators Marchman and Michelson Janae and Representatives Stewart and Johnson concerning the continuation of the Rural Alcohol and Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for passage of both bills on the third reading of bills final passage consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 169 and Senate Bill 195.
Any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Baisley, what?
Count on it. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be counted as a no vote on Senate Bill 169 and Senate Bill 195, please.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 169 and Senate Bill 195. Further no votes? Seeing none. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 169 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Wallace, Kipp, Exum, Michelson Janae, Judah, Cutter, Winter, Weissman. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 195 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Roberts, Henriksen, Catlin, third reading of bills. Final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title, Senate Bill 276. Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Bill 276 to the bottom of the third reading calendar.
Senate Bill 276 will be laid over to the bottom of the third reading calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1283.
House Bill 1283 by Representatives Duran and Winter and Senators Marchman and Liston concerning measures that implement the Wild Horse Working Group's legislative recommendations.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1283 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1283. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton R., Baisley, Carson, Bright, Frizzell, Pelton B. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1283 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Thank you.
What in the world is going on? I'm hearing voices. Senators Michelson Janae, Judah, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 008.
Senate Bill 8 by Senators Henderson and Kipp and Representative Froelich concerning adjustments to the necessary document program administered by the Office of Health Equity in the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 8 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 8. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Pelton B., Simpson, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Pelton R., Liston, Baisley. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 008 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Cutter, Michelson Janae, Winter, Judah, Sullivan, Weissman, Mr. Schaffler. Oh, please add Senator Mullica as a co-sponsor also on 008. and Wallace, and Gonzalez. Mr. and Exum, and Gonzalez again. Yes. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 69.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senate Bill 69 by Senators Catlin and Roberts and Representatives Lukens and Velasco concerning the use of traction devices on motor vehicles on highways for winter conditions.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 25069.
And move.
And I move for the passage of Senate Bill 2569.
Very good. Further discussion? Seeing none. The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 69. All those in favor? Are there any no votes? I'm moving too fast. Senator Baisley. Carson. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 69 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Judah, Gonzalez, Cutter,
I want to drive a tractor.
Wallace, Marchman, Henriksen, Snyder, Bridges, Mullica, Exum, Amabile, Doherty, Michelson Janae, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 75.
Senate Bill 75 by Senator Gonzalez and Representative Espinosa and Bacon concerning the motor vehicle dealer board's consideration of an individual's criminal convictions when issuing a license.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 75 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been honored to work alongside the Colorado Auto Dealers Association in support and in drafting and work on this bill. I respectfully ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 75. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, with a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 75 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Judah, Cutter, Wallace, Ball, Weissman, Michelson Janae, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 122.
Senate Bill 122 by Senators Coleman and Simpson and Representatives Bacon and English concerning extending the Emily Keyes John W. Buckner Organ and Tissue Donation Awareness Fund indefinitely.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 25-122 on third reading and final passage and ask you to donate your yes vote.
Very good. Very good. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 122. Are there any no votes? What? Senator Baisley. I'm telling Janet Buckner on you. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 122 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Doherty, Mullica, Amabile, Exum, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Catlin, Kirkmeyer, Liston. Anybody else over here? There we go. Carson. All right. Bridges, Snyder, Colker, Cutter, Marchman, Wallace, Sullivan, Ball, Gonzalez, Judah, Kip, Winter, Michelson Janae, Henriksen, Weissman, Any other co-sponsors? Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 126.
Senate Bill 126 by Senator Snyder and Representative Espinosa concerning the Uniform Antitrust Pre-Merger Notification Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 126 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 126. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Frizzell, Rich, Baisley, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton R., Catlin, Carson, Bright, Simpson, Pelton B. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 126 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Weissman, Henriksen, Judah, Cutter, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senators Gonzalez and Ball and Representative Clifford concerning the creation of an advisory council for persons who are incarcerated.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 155 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 155. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Pelton B., Simpson, Bright, Carson, Henriksen, Catlin, Pelton R., Baisley, Liston, with a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 155 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Judah, Kipp, Cutter, Amabile, Michelson Janae, Sullivan, Weissman, Winter, Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Senate will come back to order. Members, we are still on third reading the bill's final passage, and we are now hearing Senate Bill 276. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 276.
Senate Bill 276 by Senators Gonzalez and Weissman and Representatives Velasco and Garcia concerning measures to prevent the violation of the civil rights of persons in Colorado based on immigration status and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 276 on third reading and final passage and ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Senator Gonzalez, please tell us why you need a third reading amendment. Oh, Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will have a few amendments here reflecting work that has been ongoing, trying to accommodate to a number of the things that we talked about when the bill was on second reading and that we talked about previously in committee and that we've talked about individually with senators. With that, we'll move through them in order.
Before we do, the question for the body is Senator Weissman and Senator Gonzalez's request for permission to offer third reading amendments. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oh, I thought you were asking. The question is, the question for the body is Senator Weissman and Gonzalez's request for permission to offer third reading amendment. Is there any discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the acknowledgement. Colleagues, we are proceeding into a debate around a very important bill. When we heard the bill on second reading, the conversation started in the Constitution. There are a number of elements in the Constitution that the bill references that are critically important. We all rely on and depend on the support and acknowledgement of the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the state of Colorado. In addition to the Constitution, we write laws, and we base our behaviors, we base our interactions on the laws we find in the Colorado Revised Statutes. Frequently I say they're black letters on white pages in red books. There are many, many volumes in the back of every room in this building, and we rely on those. But also critically important in our proceedings, how we manage ourselves, are the rules that are based upon the laws, that are based upon the Constitution. And we have a rule in our Senate rule book. It is Rule 25K, sub K. It says, in the event a substantial amendment is presented to any bill on third reading, said amendment shall be reproduced and placed on the members' desks. Action on the amendment and final consideration of said bill on third reading shall be laid over until the next legislative day. All third reading amendments and the votes thereon shall be recorded in the journal whether they are adopted or not. And so the question before us is this idea of, shall we, in fact, hear these amendments, consider these amendments to this bill? My argument is that they are substantial in nature. They're traditionally, we say on technical amendments, no big deal. We let the technical amendments proceed on third reading. These amendments, I argue, are substantial in nature and therefore should be laid over. Now, I'm leaning on the rule, which sets upon the law, which is based in the Constitution, in this big conversation. Why am I doing this? Because the rule is what protects the rights of the minority. And that is based upon the law and based on the Constitution. And defense of those who sometimes feel defenseless is critically important. Now, I'm speaking in the political environment. I'm in a political environment where I am in the minority. And it is critically important that we acknowledge that, because we are not technically a democracy. We are a representative republic based upon the laws. And the laws are critically important. As we lean into this conversation, this big debate about this big bill, understanding and acknowledgement and support of the law is critically important. Now, there are many advocates in the building, and I love the days when advocates are in the building. The energy in the building energizes all legislators. We are so honored when advocates come to this building to make sure their perspective is being heard. But I also, every day, remind myself that I am here to advocate for those people who are at home managing and caring for their household and their children, or are at work doing what they must do in order to care for their families. And those individuals do not flow into the building necessarily and advocate. It is those individuals in their workaday life that I find critical to support and make sure that their voice is heard as we argue these bills. In this particular case, I'm arguing that these amendments are in fact substantive in nature and therefore should be distributed, laid upon our desk, and considered tomorrow. And I acknowledge that is an honorific, an honoring of the advocates in the building today, that may not happen. And quite frankly, that doesn't break my heart. That's, quite frankly, a way to honor the process, a way to allow the people who are here to advocate to, in fact, have their moment, to participate. But in doing that, I want to remind my colleagues, we must never, never forget the people who are at home caring for their children or at work doing that work which drives the engine of the economy of Colorado forward. We must consider them as well, not lose sight of them as we hear clearly, resoundingly from advocates who are in the building. So, colleagues, I make this argument and then I turn to you and say, use your conscience on this vote, whether we proceed forward with these amendments or whether they are material in nature, beyond technical, and therefore should be considered today and voted upon tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very good. Further discussion, Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do appreciate the commentary from the senator from a monumental part of our state. Process does matter. I'll come back to that in a moment. This institution does draw directly from the state constitution the ability to make rules to govern ourselves. Article 5, Section 10 or 12. Those rules gather meaning from what we call custom and practice, how we've tended to do things, in some cases going back over decades. The reason that we seek permission today to introduce a series of amendments, which we hope will be met favorably by even members of the chamber who don't care to vote on the ultimate policy as amended, is because every one of these amendments will be less than 1 page. Our understanding of the meaning of substantiality in the rules is that. In fact, we talked with other senators about an unrelated policy concerning an amendment that they need to move later this week. Again, different policy, less than 1 page, not substantial, not implicated by the rule. So appreciate the discussion. We do renew our request for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Again, members, question from the body is Senator Wiseman and Gonzalez request for permission to offer third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L036 to Senate Bill 276.
Amendment
Senator Wiseman.
L036.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move L36 to Senate Bill 276.
To the amendment.
Okay. Members, this one does a few things. Previously, we talked about deduplicating amendments so that a hospital facility that is a subunit of the city and county of Denver would not be in 2 different parts of the bill. We do something similar here for the University of Colorado Hospital. We also add some language in Section 8 of the bill that restates our intent that law enforcement criminal authorizations can continue. We have always said we are not about getting in the way of that where it's authorized. So we introduced that language later on in the bill. We continue to make other changes negotiated with the executive branch of government in Colorado concerning Section 13 of the bill. We are relocating what had been some substantive requirements that this institution would speak directly to covered facilities such as schools and healthcare institutions, and instead add those provisions into other language already in the bill that says those institutions simply have to adopt policies. So we ask for your support on L36.
Further discussion on L36. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L36. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L 36, Senate Bill 276 is adopted. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
The motion is to allow Senators Weissman and Gonzalez to offer another third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. Mr. Schaffler, please read L 37 and Senate Bill 276.
Amendment L 37,
Senator
amending
Weissman.
gross bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move L 37 to Senate Bill 276.
To the amendment.
All right, members, this continues making some of the changes we spoke about to Section 13 of the bill, which, in terms of length, is probably the most substantial section of the bill. That's the first chunk of the amendment. Then we fix a couple of citation errors, either to federal law or internally in the bill, and we strike out some citations to federal law that were deemed not to be necessary. We ask for your support of L 37.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L 37 and Senate Bill 276. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L 37 is adopted. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We again ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
The motion is Senator Weissman's request to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission has been granted. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L 38 to 276.
Amendment L 38, amend
Senator
gross bill.
Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move L 38 to Senate Bill 276.
To the amendment.
All right, members, this amendment makes some changes in Section 17 of the bill concerning the operations of county detention facilities. Again, confirming that operations that are pursuant to a lawful judicial warrant are not intended to be impacted by the bill. We also introduce some changes to later part of the bill dealing with court facilities. The state constitution gives this legislature the ability to provide for the protection, I might even say the sanctity, of court proceedings. Whether you are a victim, a witness, a defendant, we want you to be able to show up at court facilities. That was the subject of a prior year's legislative work. We made some amendments to that section on second reading. We have caught a few more specifically related to the juvenile context in Title 19. That's the bottom part of the amendment. We ask for your support on 38.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L 38 to Senate Bill 276. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L 38 to 276 is adopted. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Question for the body. Senator Weissman's request for permission to offer third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission is granted. There's a member of the desk, Mr. Schaffler. Please read L 41 or 276.
Amendment L 41, amending gross.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move L 41 to Senate Bill 276.
To the amendment.
All right, members, this concerns Section 20, which is the part of the bill dealing with the Colorado Privacy Act in Title VI. We know there was a lot of discussion about this language back on second reading, so this amendment, which takes the form of this one and the next one, I need to ask permission to offer, make some changes there. We are striking out some language that had become a point of contention, and we are introducing some agreed-upon language instead. We introduce a definition of precise geolocation data. This is, as it sounds like, information that can accurately identify us within a certain distance, which is approximately a third of a mile, and we fold that into the Privacy Act framework, and we appreciate the assistance of the Majority Leader for helping us come to this negotiated point.
Further discussion on L 41. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this. Well, many of you heard us in the debate. Well, I would have preferred a much stronger, broader language in the bill, recognizing that we need to have a broader conversation. We did this to align the bill with some of the stronger privacy, the geolocation wording out of California, which if these companies cannot comply with the 7th largest economy in the country, then they can't comply with anything. So ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L41? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L41 or 276. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L41 or 276 is adopted. Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, members, for working with us through this process. Last time, we asked for permission for a third reading amendment on 276.
The question before the body is Senator Wiseman's request for permission to offer third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L42.
Amendment L42,
Senator
amending
Wiseman.
gross bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move L42 to Senate Bill 276.
To the amendment.
Members, as noted, we're still in Section 20 here. We had to do two amendments rather than one, essentially for technical drafting reasons. This is one of those situations where we had a definition was going to spring into effect later this year due to some previous law. We need to strike that out in connection with the definition that we just introduced in 41. You'll see at the bottom of the amendment, that's where we're striking out language in the engrossed that had become the subject of friction. So we ask for your support on 42.
Further discussion on 42. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L42 to 276. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L42 to 276 is adopted. Further discussion, Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. President. No further amendments. Again, thank you, members, for bearing with us. My colleague from Northwest Denver will be walking us through the bill as a reminder of what we're about and why in just a moment. But now that we've drilled all the way down to the details, I wanted to bring us back up to the 30,000-foot perspective. As I was walking to my first meeting this morning on the ground floor of this fabulous building we get to call our office, I once again walked past the commemorative plaque of, I think, one of the standout governors in our history. That was Ralph Carr. And I thought I would read that very short inscription by which we remember him and his work in his time, because it bears on our work and our time. Ralph Carr, governor of the state of Colorado, 1939 to 1943. Dedicated to Governor Ralph L. Carr, a wise, humane man, not influenced by the hysteria and bigotry directed against the Japanese Americans during World War II. By his humanitarian efforts, no Colorado resident of Japanese ancestry was deprived of his basic freedoms, and when no others would accept the evacuated West Coast Japanese except for confinement in internment camps, Governor Carr opened the doors and welcomed them to Colorado. The spirit of his deeds will live in the hearts of all true Americans. Ralph Carr was not uniformly popular in his time, but he has stood the test of history in a way that I think that we should all aspire to.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, for all of your work. The work of listening, the work of listening to different entities, organizations across the state, as we have worked tirelessly to try to get to this point today. I want to spend a little bit of time just grounding ourselves in the black letters on white paper of this bill. Section 1 of the bill is a legislative declaration that reminds us, that grounds us in the United States Constitution, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 10th, and 14th Amendments. Section 2 and Section 3 remove outdated and irrelevant affidavit requirements. Section 2 removes an affidavit requirement to apply to higher education here in the state of Colorado. Section 3 repeals an affidavit requirement related to applying for a driver's license under Senate Bill 13-251. Section 4 is concerning the right to bail and ensures that no jail unlawfully or unwittingly makes a new arrest by delaying the release of an individual for immigration enforcement purposes. Section 5 is a bill, it is a section of policy that I will remind us all, this chamber in Senate Bill 22-103 voted unanimously to support. You all may remember our simple country lawyer who struggled twice through law school, who came to the well and spoke eloquently and powerfully about the ways in which he refers out his non-citizen clients to speak with an immigration attorney because those immigration consequences can be so severe as to, for a lawful permanent resident, for a DACA recipient, for an undocumented Coloradan, regardless of that, if they are a non-citizen, he refers that work out because the law is so nuanced here. The bill that passed in 2022 created the opportunity for unconstitutionally entered pleas for Class 1s and Class 2 misdemeanors to be challenged if a very narrow set of thresholds were met. Section 5 of Senate Bill 25-276 simply ensures that we are capturing all of the lesser offenses. Class 3 misdemeanors, which actually don't even exist as of 2022, traffic misdemeanors, and petty offenses. Section 6 of the bill and Section 7 and Section 8 work and braid together to extend the state-level data privacy protections that we put into statute in 2021, Senate Bill 21-131, to extend those data privacy protections related to Coloradans' personally identifying information to local jurisdictions, political subdivisions. And Section 6 is the ledge deck, Section 7 is definitions, Section 8 is via amendment clarifying that personal identifying information cannot be shared unless and until there is a warrant in place. Section 9 actually just says, let's stop collecting information that is unnecessary in the first place. Section 10 asks the Attorney General's office to update, to update and to make available a model certification form. Section 11 has been struck in its entirety. Section 12 concerns breaches to that data privacy policy. So not accidental, not, oh, whoops, I left a piece of paper on the printer. Willful, intentional violation of the data privacy provisions would create a civil penalty of $50,000. This is only in those most egregious of flouting of the law when it comes to Coloradans personally identifying and sensitive information. The next few sections pertain to establishing and creating policies that healthcare, childcare facilities, education, K-12 and higher ed, and libraries must create as it relates to how they will respond should a federal immigration enforcement operation come to their doorsteps. What will they do and what will they not do? So section 13 begins with definitions, then works through the limitations and the remedies. Section 14 of the bill clarifies and reaffirms that a civil immigration detainer, what you might hear referred to often as being an ICE hold or a detainer request, or what I like to affectionately refer to them as wannabe warrants, that those are still not constitutional unless and until they have been signed by a judge or magistrate, and clarifies that a local law enforcement officer, a local police officer, cannot simply detain an individual for immigration purposes unless and until, again, that warrant is received. Section 15 continues and in that vein of statute and clarifies that a law enforcement officer shall not command or request a private citizen, a private Coloradan, to do a citizen's arrest. That's not okay either. Section 16 ensures that within the courts, within our judicial system, that those same protections related to limitations on sharing personally identifying information that is non-public with an immigration enforcement officer. Section 17 has been the subject of much dialogue, debate, and consideration because it is the section that deals with the limitations on access within a jail. We've had conversations over the course of months with our local law enforcement actors and partners. And there, quite frankly, are a whole broad array of policies. Some people use this thing that I got to learn about that's called a sally port or a man trap. Other jurisdictions handle their release differently. So Section 17 creates, when there is a warrant, that your jails ought to ensure that there is a clear process so that transfer of an individual can happen properly and safely. Section 18 ensures that local jails don't enter into agreements with the federal government to hold individuals for free. Section 19 ensures that the governor of the state of Colorado, should another state's National Guard try to send, troops in, that our governor has the ability to say no and to decline. Section 20 expands upon the protections that the majority and minority leader have worked so diligently on over the course of years to, again, protect Coloradans' personal information through the Colorado Privacy Act, and ensures that big tech cannot monetize our data. Section 21 and the rest of the bill, Section 21 clarifies that in the rare instance that a penalty for willfully and intentionally violating the privacy protections established under 276, that those penalties get directed to the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund in the state of Colorado. Section 22 relates to ensuring that if someone is doing everything that has been asked of them, even though just last week, the 9th Judicial District Chief Judge representing Routt, Rio Blanco, and Garfield counties posted on the front doors of each of the courthouses in that judicial district that ICE may not enter unless they are comporting with existing state law. Now, someone is also going as a part of their court process to receive services, to engage in behavioral health services, that those protections extend there as well. We heard from the attorneys who work alongside in the courts in family law that pertain to child welfare and well-being, and just ensured that those proceedings are safe for Coloradans to engage in as well. Section 23 says that if our courts are safe, so too are those related services mandated under the pendency of a proceeding. And then sections 24, 25, 26 say, you don't get to just ask to get out of these policies if you're a charter school, or if you say, I just don't feel like it. You don't get to ask for a waiver. Every entity covered under this policy will be asked to put forward the policy related to how they will engage and what they will or will not do related to immigration enforcement. Why does that matter? Because last week, maybe 10 days ago, time is a construct. The largest school district in the country was approached by ICE officers asking to just do a child welfare check on a couple of 8-year-olds. And that is the level of fear that currently exists across the country and right here in Colorado. Section 27 is an appropriation, which I actually expect to be reduced should this bill be lucky enough to make it over to the House, eliminated, dare I say, there might be some money back to the state. A girl can dream. Because we have struck an entire section of the bill and of existing law that pertains to reporting back to the state about the policies that we have enacted to protect Coloradans' identifying information. Section 28 is the severability clause, and Section 29 is a safety clause. I wanted to take a moment to actually just talk through, because sometimes, particularly when it comes to this work, it's really easy to get lost in the headlines and to not ground ourselves in this work. Thank you so much for bearing with me as I worked through, just to make sure that we all had the time to understand what this bill is and what this bill is not. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, now that we've had the detailed walkthrough, and again, to the minority leader's point, when we are here, when we're doing this work, yes, we're about simultaneously the constitutional framework and the details. They both matter. We thought it was important to get the details into the record here. But now I wanted to zoom out one more time and attempt to situate us. Where are we right now in this moment in our history, and how does this legislation fit into that? You know, there's a certain poem that I keep coming back to because I think it so captures the bookends of our history, the bookends of the American experiment, how we sometimes fall short of what we should aspire to, and simultaneously how we refuse to stop hoping. Let America Be America Again by Langston Hughes. Let America be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be the pioneer on the plains seeking a home where he himself is free. Skip down. I am the poor man who never got ahead, the poorest worker bartered through the years. Yet I'm the one who dreamt our basic dream in the old world while still a serf of kings, who dreamt a dream so strong, so brave, so true, that even yet its mighty daring sings in every brick and stone, in every furrow turned, that's made America the land it has become. Oh, I'm the man who sailed those early seas in search of what I meant to be my home, for I'm the one who left dark Ireland's shore and Poland's plain and England's grassy lea, and torn from black Africa's strand, I came to build a homeland of the free. So that was 1935, members, and immigration looks a bit different than it did 90 years ago when Langston Hughes wrote that poem. He wrote then of what was then America's more recent experience. Today, folks that we read about, folks who are our neighbors and who make our economy go, may tend to come from different countries, but the basic realities are the same. Flight from hunger, from failed states, from poverty, drought, famine, war, persecution, the specter of death. But at the end, the common thread is the desire to partake in building the homeland of the free, where, as a reminder, the Constitution protects the rights of all of us. Therefore, and because it is in the furtherance of constitutional rights that we bring forward 276, we ask for your yes vote today.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise as a no vote to 276 and want to explain a little bit of my perspective. I appreciate very much the bill sponsor's work. The 5 amendments that went on today, I think, are an effort to address some of the broader concerns that still remain with me. I started my previous comments rooted in the Constitution. I'm going to step back one step further than the Constitution and dip into the poem from Emma Lazarus again. I believe that poetry frequently connects us, as does music, as does great art, to the spiritual. And so the Constitution, I think, sits on our spiritual nature, and this poetry may speak to that as well. The New Colossus by Emma Lazarus, and everyone knows a couple of the stanzas of this poem, but I'm going to read more broadly from it. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here, our sea-washed sunset gate shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor the twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Beautiful. Part of our ethos, lifting a lamp beside a golden door. The door, for me, is a metaphor for access, entrance, security. It's an important element, and my ultimate objections, as my interpretation of this bill still leads me to a no, is rooted in my very existence as an immigrant, the son, grandson of immigrants, not me specifically, but I know and have sat on the knees of and heard the stories from my immediate ancestors who came through that golden door, seeking that which we all desire to have, the beauty of what we understand this nation to be about. So we are a nation of immigrants, and coupled with that, inextricably so, and why we're tussling right now, we're a nation of laws as well. And my interpretation is that this particular law goes too far. Greater precision is still needed, and I will be brief. I mean, we spent a significant amount of time on seconds. My colleagues from my side of the aisle offered the better part of a dozen amendments that we said, here, we think this gets us closer to where we need to go. Yet, still remaining in the bill are challenges that we do not believe, I do not believe, were answered. The arguments that still reside in this policy and the reasons I will be a no vote are one among several. You can rank order these as you might see fit, but I will offer them up. I believe this undermines federal immigration enforcement, and at the end of the day, immigration laws are federal policy. We only interact with them as a part at the state level. The bill restricts cooperation between state, local entities, and federal immigration authorities, potentially obstructing that which is the province of the federal government immigration laws. There are inherent in this bill public safety concerns that remain, in my opinion. By limiting law enforcement's ability to cooperate with federal immigration authorities, the bill may allow individuals with criminal histories to remain in communities posing risks to public safety, to the very immigrant communities in which they reside many times. This will create, in my opinion, a strain on state and local resources, and we're all still stinging. I can still feel the singe on my fingers from touching the long bill and the budget process we have just gone through. This bill, in my opinion, will further strain state and local resources. The bill imposes new administrative burden, costs on state agencies, political subdivisions, and public institutions. I'm not a lawyer. I served my time on the House Judiciary Committee, but I'm not a lawyer. However, the lawyers tell me that this creates significant potential legal challenges and federal preemption difficulties. Several provisions, even as amended, may violate the supremacy clause of the United States Constitution, which gives federal law precedence over conflicting state laws. And so you can anticipate, as this bill moves now, 2.5 weeks before the end of the session, potentially out of its first chamber, on its way to the second chamber, you can anticipate further down the road, potentially, lawsuits and legal challenges or at the constitutional level. The bill, I believe, weakens accountability for immigration status, and this is important. As we manage that golden door, appropriate understanding of the actual status an individual has in their legal and primary purposeful right to be here, this bill will create some blurs that may not be beneficial. I won't speak to whether they're intentional or not, but they may not be beneficial. I think this also risks overreaching with criminal justice protections. This expands the ability to vacate guilty pleas for a number of individuals in a way, and we argued about this, talked about this on second reading, in a way that individuals who are not of questionable documentary status don't have access to wiping away potential previous guilty pleas. And this bill provides that to individuals of questionable documentary status. So my summary comment is, yes, we are a nation of immigrants and a nation of laws, and we want people to breathe free, to be at peace. And we need to find the proper legal pathway forward. I do not believe that Senate Bill 276, in fact, takes us there and will therefore be a no vote. Colleagues, thank you for your attention. Mr. President, thank you for your attention.
You got it. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I agree, we are a nation of immigrants. Before I start, I really want to thank the sponsors for the work that you all have done. I think it's evident in how much you care. I think when we speak offline, it's very clear how much you care about the state of Colorado and the work that we're doing in this building. And so thank you for that. I just want to start off with the way that I view that we're supposed to govern, which is with empathy. When it comes to these issues, I believe in building a longer table and trying to do that within some sort of structure. I often try to put myself in the shoes of other folks and try to see that through their lens. And if I was a person that was born in another country and I had my 3 children, what would I do? And I would probably be doing a lot of the same things that some of these other parents are doing, which is try to create a better life for their children. And I don't necessarily think that's wrong. I think that we have to have some sort of structure, but I do think that I think a lot of us would be doing that same thing to try to create a better life for our children, because I do believe that this is the greatest country on earth who provides that opportunity to create that better life. I also believe that the Constitution applies to everybody, no matter your immigration status. I think that if you're within the borders of this country, that no matter your immigration status, that the Constitution does apply to you. With that being said, I do have concerns with the bill, and I've voiced those concerns with the sponsors and have had significant conversations with them. And I wanted to come up today to share my perspective that with those concerns, and I think coupled with the fact that 5 amendments were brought today that I think are significant, that I personally had not seen until just now, that I won't be able to get there to a place of support on this bill. We, as senators, have to vote on the words that are before us, and I want to truly have that opportunity to grasp and understand those words and see the impacts that they're going to have on the overall legislation, and I don't believe I've been given that opportunity. And this has, I don't want this to come across as critique of the sponsors, because I know both of you have done significant work, and I know that we're in a place in session that we do run into issues like this. But I think that when we look at a bill this consequential, that's going to have this big of an impact, that we are due that privilege to be able to say, what are these words that are in front of us? How are they going to impact the bill? And these are significant. They're 5 amendments. And so with that, I'm going to be a no today. I want to be clear, though, that I'm not, this isn't a position of being in cement, that I'm not willing to move. I've spoken with the sponsors that I do want the opportunity to digest these amendments and see if there's any potential changes that address some of the concerns in the second chamber. But for today, with what's in front of me and with how the process laid out today, I will not be able to support.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I'll be brief. I wanted to speak in support of Senate Bill 276. I have a demand from the constituents that I represent, and from my friends and family across the state, and from my friends and family across the country right now. We're in unprecedented times where people are being unjustly targeted, incarcerated, removed, deported, and we sit in a position where we may be able to push back and help out and provide some protection. It is a terrifying time for a number of people that I know, and for a lot of people that I don't, and it doesn't take much for me to empathize with that. Nothing really. You read about it, you understand the situation, or you have to go through it with somebody. I support the sponsors in their effort. I have from the beginning. When we first started to talk about it, before I dug in, they came and said, can I answer questions? And I said, does it help people? Does it help immigrants right now? Does it provide some relief? Does it provide some protections? Yes. Okay. I will dig in on the details with you through the session, but yes, 100%. People are so frustrated that they feel incapable of doing anything at the local level to press back on the threat of the federal government right now. So I feel really strongly about this measure. I'm wholeheartedly in support, and I'm deeply grateful for the community coming together and the sponsors for working through it. I hope that it is as strong as it can possibly be. And I just wanted to say that so that my folks know where we can, we're stepping forward. I'll be an enthusiastic yes today, and if it comes back, I'll be an enthusiastic yes again. Thank you, Mr. President.
You got it. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo much of what my good colleague from Wheat Ridge shared. I have been behind this bill from the beginning. We've talked a lot about, and I appreciate the conversation about the Constitution and the rule of law. That's deeply important. But because of the significant overreach at the federal level, I am equally committed to ensuring that the residents of Colorado, every resident of Colorado, is protected and given a fair and due process, and am concerned that that's not going to happen otherwise. So I know that this is a messy process. Anything important and significant and detailed that we do is a messy process. That's part of the work we do. But I am deeply grateful to the sponsors for all you have both done. I trust you completely and know that you have approached this with nothing but the best intentions, and with the rule of law governing you. You've worked hard to make this palatable for the people that it needs to be, with the governor's team and everyone that needs to make sure this passes, and worked with community. And just lastly, I want to say that I know, religion permeates this chamber in a way that's often uncomfortable for me, to be honest. But I do admire many religious figures, including Pope Francis. And today, I've been thinking a lot about him and the things that he stood for that really mean a lot to me. And I saw this quote, and it just seemed really appropriate in his honor. The only time that we are allowed to look down upon others is when we are offering to help them up.
Further discussion. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today as well as the granddaughter of immigrants. My grandfather immigrated from Poland after World War II, escaping a concentration camp and fleeing his home against, fascism, right? He left. He made his way to America, to this land of opportunity, to build a better future for his family. And some 80 years later, his granddaughter has the opportunity to be a public servant and to fight for justice for others who are also seeking that same freedom. That's the story of this nation. That's the story of all who come here in search of safety and of hope for a brighter tomorrow. And it's the story of those who are coming here today still. They're seeking stability and promise now and for every generation that's going to come. But that story is being ripped away from us. I hear every day from constituents who understand the destruction and harm being perpetrated on the immigrant communities in Colorado. Families are worried about being torn apart. Teachers are fearful for students' physical and mental well-being. Small business owners don't know how to protect workers that uphold every part of our economy. Make no mistake, what we're talking about today are hardworking families who are foundational to who we are as a community and as a people. That's who is being left in fear every day. That's who is being torn apart from each other. I thank the sponsors of this legislation for bringing this important bill and for ensuring that our state stands not just as a firewall against tyranny, but also as a beacon of light for those who seek hope. I urge each of you to join me in supporting this legislation, and I thank you for your time.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the sponsors. I know this has not been easy, and I really want to thank everyone for the discussion. I know this is difficult. Myself and my colleague from Aurora, we do represent two of the most diverse districts in the state, and we take great pride in that. I think all of us know I am the first Palestinian, the first Arab woman, and I'm the first Muslim to be elected in the legislature. And I've never taken that lightly. I've never taken it lightly that I represent probably one of the most underrepresented group of people in Colorado. But I'm also now blessed to have a colleague, an Iranian American, who also shares the power of representation for an underrepresented community. And it is not lost upon us that our communities are also targets. We may not be Spanish speaking, but there are targets on our backs. Whether it's protesting for Palestine or protesting for immigrant rights or protesting for freedom of speech, those targets are there, and we've seen that precedent's already been set. I am a first-generation American. My parents are Palestinian immigrants and refugees, and they came here in search of that American dream. And I am the product of that American dream. They came here for economic prosperity, security, safety, things that they were not afforded. And I'm very blessed to have been that product of the American dream. A month ago, my mom asked me, will they come to the mosque? And I didn't know how to answer her. And she just looked so scared because she knew that our friends could also be targets. I say this a lot, but I want to humanize this. People who have been exercising their First Amendment right to protest or do whatever, that our American citizens are literally planning contingency plans for their families and looking at countries that will welcome them as Americans, that will welcome them and say, we understand that you may feel scared in America, but please come live in our country. I've always said that human rights informs my state policy. And to me, this is no lesser of a basic human right. I don't ever want anyone who feels that they have to flee to another country as an American, as people who are being targeted feel now. I strongly ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I love hearing people's immigration stories. I love hearing, why Colorado? Whether seeking economic opportunity, whether it's been fleeing fascism, whether it's because Colorado is so beautiful. Those of you in the Ag Committee got to hear a little bit about Colorado history just last week. Because I want to complicate it just a little bit. Because I don't actually have an immigration story. My family has been in this country since before it was this country, since before it was Mexico. My family has been in the land now known as Southern Colorado or Northern New Mexico. As a function of law, following the signing of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, my great grandparents became citizens overnight. My family has been in this land since before. I also want to acknowledge that there were Americans who came to this country in chains, had no say in the matter. And we may think of that as being the 1619 project. But just the other day ago, on the radio, I was listening to a reporter interviewing a man who is sitting in immigration detention from Mauritania. A man who had Mauritania, one of the last remaining places in the world that still allows for legalized slavery. He came to the United States, presented himself, applied for asylum, has done everything that this government has asked of him. But when Operation Aurora descended down on us here in this state, he was arrested in what ICE likes to call a collateral arrest. Whoops. He said, no worries, I've done everything. I'm sure it'll just be a moment. He has now been sitting in immigration detention for months. And given the state of our politics, where a man in another state who was, accidentally deported under the 1791 Alien Enemies Act, which does not even allow for due process, thereafter said, the U.S. Supreme Court, 9-0, reminded the federal government that they too have to abide by the law. Saturday night, 1 a.m, 7-2 said, no, actually, we mean it. And yet this man from Mauritania is still sitting, detained. Why? Sometimes I wonder. I think cruelty is the point. We have to ask ourselves in this moment, what will make us more safe? And what will make us less safe? I argue that it's not like undocumented folks live right here in your districts. Citizens get to live over here. Permanent residents get to live over on that side of the tracks. At least, not yet. Mixed status families exist throughout the entirety of our state. Within one family, citizens, permanent residents, undocumented folks live together. And why does that matter? If an entire family, if an entire neighborhood, if an entire community no longer has full faith that in that moment of crisis, they can pick up the phone and say, hey, this just happened to me, help. Or, hey, I just saw this thing happen to my neighbor, help. That makes us all less safe. Let me remind you, immigrants are far more likely to be victims of crime than perpetrators of it, and yet here we are. In the months since this administration, this new federal administration has taken office, Alamosa County, Aurora Municipal, Arapahoe, I could go on and down the list, reading you quotes from police chiefs, sheriffs, district attorneys, saying, these actions are making us less safe. I really wish they wouldn't do that. They are making it harder to actually ensure that victims have their days in court. And yet, we can't control what the federal government does or does not do, but we can control what we do in Colorado. We can ensure that the Constitution protects us all, and we as a state have the right to not be commandeered by the federal government. But what if this puts us? What if this puts a target on our back? Y'all, we have been here before. Let's not act like this is the first time. Quote, March 12th, 2019, we are filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration to ensure our state gets the funds it needs to protect Coloradans. We are not going to let Coloradans' public safety be held hostage to the Trump administration's immigration agenda. I will not allow the president and his Justice Department to impose on our sovereignty and violate the U.S. Constitution. End quote. Not my words. It's a direct quote from Governor Jared Polis, March 12th, 2019. April 23rd, 2020, the federal courts ruled in our favor because we do have our rights under the Constitution, again, to not be commandeered. We can set our policies here in the state. Protect and advance public safety, ensure and restore trust between communities who often do not see themselves represented here, and protect against erratic, nonsensical, terrifying actions from the federal government. I may not have an immigration story just because I'm an old school Chicana, but I did grow up along the border. 5th grade Julie was a nerd. Y'all can see it. I went to these academic decathlons. It was called like the University Interscholastic League. It was like high nerd alert. And when one day, when my dad was taking me and my kid brother to one of these, they were called University Interscholastic League meets. It was a Saturday morning, and my dad was taking us to the school. Y'all know this about me. I lived on a ranch 30 miles from town. And on our way over there to go get on the bus to then go to this meet, the Border Patrol pulled my dad over. My dad, who served in Vietnam, my dad who's been here since before. And I have to say that in that moment, sitting in between my kid brother and my dad in the front seat of a 1985 C-10, I was so mad. And I bit my tongue as my dad, being the patient person that he is, said, "Yes, Mr. Officer, what can I do? Here's my license, here's my ID." Border Patrol asks my dad, "Where are you going?" And I say to him, or my dad says to him, "I'm taking my kids to school." And the Border Patrol officer in that moment says, "No, you're not. You're lying. It's a Saturday." That feeling of the silver, metallic taste at the back of your mouth when you want to say something and you don't, is why we bring forward this bill. Because the question of who actually gets to be an American who actually gets to be protected by the Constitution is a matter of debate right now in this country, in this state. We've had conversations with teachers with school districts who are concerned about students being too afraid to come to class, about parents afraid to go to parent-teacher conferences. We can be better than that. So that bitter taste in the back of my mouth is why I refuse to sit back and just let it all play out. As one of 100 people in this state who has the ability to act and to say, this is what we will allow and this is what we will not, I ask for your support of this bill. And I want to end this plea as I acknowledge the hundreds of Coloradans who are here joining us today in support of this bill. I want to acknowledge that history is watching us right now. February 11th, 2025. It's written in, I think, Latin. So I'm not going to actually try to read the title. I have followed closely the major crisis that is taking place in the United States with the initiation of a program of mass deportations. The rightly formed conscience cannot fail to make a critical judgment and express its disagreement with any measure that tacitly or explicitly identifies the illegal status of some migrants with criminality. At the same time, one must recognize the right of a nation to defend itself and to keep communities safe from those who have committed violent or serious crimes while in the country prior to arrival. That said, the act of deporting people who in many cases have left their own land for reasons of extreme poverty, insecurity, exploitation, persecution, or serious deterioration of the environment damages the dignity of many men and women and of entire families and places them in a state of particular vulnerability and defenselessness. This is not a minor issue. An authentic rule of law is verified precisely in the dignified treatment that all people deserve, especially the poorest and the most marginalized. The true common good is promoted when society and government, with creativity and strict respects for the rights of all, as I have affirmed on numerous occasions, welcomes, protects, promotes, and integrates the most fragile, unprotected, and vulnerable. This does not impede the development of a policy that requires orderly and legal migration. However, this development cannot come about through the privilege of some and sacrifice of others. What is built on the basis of force and not on the truth about the equal dignity of every human being begins badly and will end badly. I exhort all of the faithful of the Catholic Church and all men and women of goodwill to not give in to narratives that discriminate against and cause unnecessary suffering to our migrant and refugee brothers and sisters. With charity and clarity, we are called to live in solidarity and fraternity, to build bridges that bring us ever closer together, to avoid walls of ignominy, and to learn to give our lives as Jesus Christ gave his for the salvation of all. Let us ask Our Lady of Guadalupe to protect individuals and families who live in fear or pain due to migration and/or deportation. May the Virgen Morena, who knew how to reconcile peoples when they were at enmity, grant us all to meet again as brothers and sisters within her embrace, and thus take a step forward in the construction of a society that is more fraternal, inclusive, and respectful of the dignity of all. Fraternally, Francis. Our Pope, the Pope, I'm not a Catholic, but the Pope offered this letter after he witnessed the tactics that are playing out in Aurora, Colorado, across the state. Thank you so much for your consideration of this bill. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for an honest and meaningful policy debate here. Thank you for not playing games with people's lives. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none. The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 276. Are there any no votes? Senator Kirkmeyer. Rich. Frizzell. Mr. Minority Leader. Simpson. Liston. Pelton B. Bright. Carson. Pelton R. Catlin. Baisley. Mullica. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 276 is passed. Co-sponsors. Thank you very much to all of our guests. We do not allow applause on bill action, out of respect for the chamber. Co-sponsors, Senators Danielson, Amabile, Doherty, Exum, Cutter, Wallace, Judah, Kipp, Winter, Michaels and Janae, Ball, Colker, Marchman. Please add the president. Second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Kipp will take the chair. Get you some.
No.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone. Will the clerk please read the title of the bill on the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1289 by Representatives Zakai and Richardson and Senators Weissman and Frizzell concerning property tax exemptions for real property leased to public entities.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of the bill on general order, second reading of bills consent calendar, House Bill, which is House Bill 1289, and there are no committee reports.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the bill on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Thank you. The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a bill under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 21st, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bill, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1289, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1289 passed in second reading, order revised and placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 21C, I move the Senate grant leave to the Joint Budget Committee to meet while the Senate is in session.
No, I'm just joking. You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? Did you vote no on your ability to? The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. You are excused and not excused. General orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. The Senate resolves itself committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Kipp will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title of SB 25030?
Senate Bill 030 by Senator Winter and Hendrickson and Representative Froelich concerning measures to increase transportation mode choice to reduce emissions.
Thank you. Senator Heinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 30 and the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
Thank you. To the Transportation Energy Committee report. Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We adopted 2 amendments in committee. One was a strike below that made more permissive language and removed any fiscal impact. And we also adopted an amendment that ensured that no municipality is obligated to develop plans in addition to those that is already required to develop under current state statute.
Thank you. Further discussion on the committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Transportation and Energy Committee report to SB 30 is adopted. Senator Winter, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report.
I do not see that we have an Appropriations Committee report.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right, to the bill.
To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Senator Winter. Oh, okay. Mr. Schaffler, please read L009.
Amendment L009.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L009.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L009.
L009 is an amendment that was requested by MPOs and local governments that adds some clarity as to the data and what they are assessing. And I encourage a yes vote.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen.
Sorry, never mind.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Is there further discussion on L009? Seeing none, the question. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to get my stuff.
You're all good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what data we're talking about and where this actually fits in. So could we get a better explanation? Because I don't have the pre-amended bill, and I'm trying to read through the introduced bill and read through this amendment at the same time. So I can either take a senatorial 5, or they can actually give us a explanation of what it really does and where it's at.
Thank you. Senatorial 5.
Thank you. I'll get the pre-amended bill and look at it.
Just send her a file.
Thank you. The Senate will come back to order. So I think we were at, yes, there's a motion to adopt L009. Is there any further discussion on L009? All in favor of L009, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L009 is adopted. Senator Winter. Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. Okay. L014, Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L014?
Amendment L014,
Senator
amend the...
Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L014.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L014. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L14 moves the administration and oversight of the Moffett Tunnel from the Department of Local Affairs to the Department of Transportation, as was requested by both departments.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion on L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L014. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. L014 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, settle into your bike lane because this is going to take some time. Senate Bill 25030 aims to enhance transportation options in Colorado by promoting alternatives to single occupancy vehicles. What could possibly go wrong with that? Well, we've been experiencing that over the last number of years, and as we get further into this bill, we'll talk about the challenges we have in the actual useful infrastructure of Colorado that is crumbling around our vehicles and around our lives. The effort of this is commendable. It's all about emissions. It's all about seeking to address what is described. It depends on which day it is, what the greatest threat to our existence is. Frequently we hear that, in fact, greenhouse gases are the greatest threat to our existence. And if we actually care about bending the curve on greenhouse gases, we should pay attention to what is actually making a difference. Bike lanes are not. Firing power plants with clean burning natural gas, renewable natural gas, is. This bill is misguided from its beginnings, but let's look into it a little bit more. This bill requires the local governments by December 31st of this year, with populations of over 5,000, with metropolitan planning organizations, to submit planned transit, bicycle, and pedestrian projects to their metropolitan planning organizations. They may also adopt mode choice targets and submit transportation demand management strategies. Let me translate that for you. People planning transportation in pretty much all of except our very smallest communities major on the minors. Don't worry about how you actually move trucks that are carrying freight. Don't actually worry about how you are moving vehicles in a safe way without destroying them with pothole crisis after pothole crisis. Don't worry about bridges that are crumbling in your neighborhood. Focus on putting people into alternative transportation. Bicycles. Let's just use bicycles as the metaphor. Haul that freight to market on your bicycle. It happens in other countries, by the way. You've all seen images from second and third world countries where they do haul freight to market on bicycles. Quite frankly, it's not what has led to what we all understand to be the abundance of American exceptionalism, but it is what other elements of the globe choose to do. The bill goes on. It requires that CDOT and those metropolitan planning organizations provide inventories. Oh, good. More government paperwork. By July 1st, got a little more time, by July 1st of 2026, so 14 months hence, CDOT and MPOs must create inventories that identify gaps in transit, bicycle, there's that word again, and pedestrian infrastructure, including cost estimates for projects that enhance mode choice. Again, translation, anything but a car or a truck. And when I say truck, I'm not talking pickup. I'm talking a freight hauling vehicle, reduce vehicle miles traveled, lower emissions, and improve access in underserved communities. We all bring our life experience. In my life experience, when you were trying to solve a problem, you didn't start nibbling on the little teeny tiny things that don't really make a difference. You dealt with the big things that moved the needle. If you want to get at emissions, let's deal with the big things that move the needle. Bicycles are not it. More clean burning natural gas is. And I hear scoffs from the well of the Senate. Those reports, the inventories, and potential funding sources, ladies and gentlemen of Colorado, hang on to your wallets. Those potential funding sources must be reported to the Transportation Legislation Review Committee. You have all heard about it, the TLRC, so they can figure out how to spend your money. Let's dig into what we've really got going on. What lies underneath all of this? I've been a little bit teasing, a little bit on the edge of mocking. Apologies to the sponsors. The intentions are good. My argument is you're just nibbling on the little crumbs. Why don't you deal with the big things so we could actually make a difference? This bill is nibbling on crumbs. We should focus on the majors instead of majoring on the minors. The goals of Senate Bill 30s are reducing emissions and promoting transportation equity. Sure, fine. But it diverts attention that I would say in politics, everything's about focus and resources from the dire condition of Colorado's existing roads and bridge infrastructure. That is what we ought to be standing here talking about. Not more bike lanes, but we should be talking about how we can actually support the productive roadways and infrastructure of Colorado. Let's talk about that for a second. Colorado's roads and bridges are in a state, I mean, you can pick your word to describe it. I'm going to just say disrepair, collapse, crumble, failure. None of the words are positive. I have cause to drive into Kansas. Boy, am I glad when I get across the state line. I have cause to drive into Nebraska. Wow, what a difference when I get across the state line. I go to Wyoming fairly frequently. Again, you can tell when you cross the state line in Utah. Boy, they've really got it figured out in Utah. Don't go to New Mexico as often, so I can't give you a quick report on that one. But the 4 other adjacent states that I drive into routine, I'm getting hand gestures that Utah's challenging as well. Colorado's roads and bridges are in a, we'll just call it challenging circumstance. My word was disrepair. According to the American Society of Civil Engineers in 2021, the infrastructure report card, Colorado received a C- grade for its roads, with 23%, almost a quarter of the roads in mediocre condition. Additionally, 7%, over 700 bridges in Colorado are structurally deficient, posing safety restrictions. And what are we talking about? Get on your bikes, folks. The focus on new transit, again, bicycles and pedestrian projects, ignores the urgent need to repair our existing infrastructure that serves the majority of Coloradans and drives the economic engine that gives us the level of prosperity that we would like to hang on to. For example, major highways like I-25 and 70, I-70 face chronic congestion and deterioration. It impacts freight transportation, commuting, and economic productivity. This bill is a misallocation of limited resources. When you've got a problem, you take everything you've got and you focus it on the problem. The bill requires that CDOT and local governments dedicate time and resources and focus to creating inventories and planning for alternative transportation modes. Again, no, major on the majors, let's not major on the minors, which is everything that Senate Bill 30 is about. It will strain CDOT's already overstretched budget, which is heavily reliant on the state highway fund. In 2023, CDOT estimated that we were facing a $9 billion funding gap over the next decade to maintain and improve existing roads and bridges. Diverting even a minimal amount of resources to new projects exacerbates the problem, extends the shortfall, delays critical repairs, increases long-term costs as infrastructure further decays and degrades. But my argument is our job is to shine a light, to aim the focus. Let's put the focus on the critical infrastructure, not pie in the sky, by and by, more bikes and pedestrian pathways. Senate Bill 30 emphasizes urban-centric solutions. And again, keep in mind what's urban in this. 5,000 people or more in the community. So it's everything except the smallest communities in Colorado. It works primarily with the metropolitan planning organizations. It overlooks rural and suburban areas where residents rely heavily on personal vehicles due to limited public transportation options. Going to go super wonk. Metcalfe's law is a law that defines the value of a network. A network with one node is worthless. All you can do is talk to yourself. All you can do is be where you are. A network with two nodes has limited viability. It's binary. You can drive back and forth. You can communicate back and forth. A network with 3 nodes on the network begins to move up. The value of the network expands exponentially based on the number of nodes in the network. The challenge we have is that we can't build enough nodes in the network in the rural environment to make things other than individual, self-motivating vehicles useful. You can't get on a train because the train can't go to enough places and still be financially affordable to build. So let me pivot to safety. And this is safety around the deterioration of our roads and bridges. Goes back to the primary argument I was making earlier about focus. This bill pulls us out of focus. It says, let's pretend like we're going to do something about emissions, nibbling on this small thing in smaller communities, smaller and smaller and smaller communities. But in the meantime, we pull our focus off of the needs for safety of our roads and bridges. 600 roads, or 600 bridges in disrepair right now that are deficient in their rating. These present an immediate safety hazard. Potholes, uneven surfaces, structurally deficient bridges contribute to accidents, vehicle damage, and even fatalities. In 2022, Coloradans reported over 115,000 traffic crashes, many linked to poor road conditions. You know the rule on when an animal runs out in front of you, a deer runs in front of you when you're on the highway at night is hit the brakes and drive straight ahead. Do not swerve. You just have to go straight ahead. Hit the brake, but just stay straight on. Potholes, on the other hand, you don't have a choice. If you hit it, you lose your tire, you lose your wheel, you may lose your axle as you power through it. If you swerve, you may become one of those 115,000 traffic accidents. So back to misfocus. Let's do something about the roads and bridges. We should be prioritizing new infrastructure in the way this particular bill seeks to do it over maintenance increases these safety risks as funds and planning efforts are redirected to projects that may take years to yield benefits, if they yield benefits at all, and the benefits are worth noting, while existing infrastructure continues to fail. The economic consequences of this are miserable. Colorado's economy depends on reliable transportation infrastructure. Poor road conditions increase vehicle repair costs for residents. It's an estimated cost of $70 per driver annually in some area to maintain a vehicle based on road challenges. It also disrupts supply chains. For example, delays on 70 due to road damage, I-70 to be precise, due to road damage, affect tourism, commerce, and the mountain communities. By focusing on mode choice and emission reduction, the bill sidesteps the immediate economic benefits of repairing our existing infrastructure. We should focus on that. It would be wonderful if we could do to the primary issue, yesterday's business, the old business, before we start spinning out into, oh, wouldn't it be nice? I mean, this bill is a perfect example of what I call a shiny object program. It's like, wouldn't it be nice if we could do this? Well, yeah, it would be nice if resources were unlimited, if our roads weren't crumbling, if we didn't have 600 bridges in disrepair. Yeah, then it would be nice. So I will cease and desist on my arguments or torturing of this particular bill based on that, but I end with this argument that we should be focused on safety, not on a shiny object like Senate Bill 30. I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 30.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 30? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minority leader set out a pretty good argument why we shouldn't be looking at this bill. My Senate district is 25% of the state's land area. My wife right now has a bent wheel on her car because of potholes on Highway 385. My district has some communities, 5,000 and over, and they don't care about this crap, is what I'm going to call it. This is not their priority. Their priority is fixing our roads. 600 bridges. I would hazard a guess, I probably have over 100 of them in my district. One of them's getting fixed right now, but it's taken a year so far to fix one bridge. We cannot get around in Senate District 35 with bicycles and buses and this kind of transportation system. It will not work. This is not a one-size-fits-all state. And policy like this tries to make it that way, and it will not work. We have priorities in rural Colorado that need fixed, and this bill doesn't do anything to fix them. With that, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L005?
Amendment L005, amend the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee
Thank
report.
you, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005.
Thank you. Tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment does is it kind of speaks to some of the concerns in my district by striking some language, prioritizing inventory projects which reduce vehicle miles traveled. We can't do that in my district, in Senate District 35, unless we just sit in our houses and do nothing. My district drives the economic engine of this state with its agriculture and its oil and gas, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Non-driving transportation options do not work. I cannot say that enough in Senate District 35. Senate District 1 is another example. The foundation of Colorado transportation is the car and pickup and delivery trucks. If we eat it, if we wear it, if we do anything, it was brought by a truck, which uses our highways, our bridges, which come out to my district sometime. I'll take you on a ride. And you better have your teeth guard in because you're going to need it. That's why I think this would help in my district get people to kind of maybe be a little more palatable to this kind of policy, because right now they do not want this crap. And this is what's being rammed down their throat. So I ask for support for L005.
Thank you, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on L005. L005, among other things, strikes the consideration requirements for vulnerable road users. And I want to talk about, I think we've gone a little bit off of base of the framing of what this bill pertains to. So this bill does apply to home rule local governments with populations of 5,000 or more, but only if they exist within an MPO. So, for example, Sheridan meets that definition. La Junta does not. And I'd have to look at the map specifically, but I don't think that Senate Bill 35 actually is incorporating this bill. There are parts of Weld County that are, well, no, I'm thinking of the other side of Peltonia. There are parts of El Paso County that do. I'm not sure if the good senator from southern Peltonia, my apologies, has any of those elements within his district. But we're talking about 5,000 or more population of local governments within the MPO, and that latter part is really critical here. And so when we're talking about removing the protections, the considerations of protections for vulnerable road users when we have infrastructure projects under consideration from CDOT, these are exactly the type of areas where you are going to have more walkers, where you are going to have more bikers, where you are going to have more transit users interconnected with first and last mile solutions. That's often going to be Lime scooters or Lime bicycles. It's where you're going to have more people commuting by motorcycle or low-powered scooter. This is exactly where you're going to have most of our vulnerable road users. So absolutely do not want to see that stripped from the policy. That's one of the improvements that we're trying to build upon and ask for a no vote on L005.
Thank you. Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, with this language being stripped, even though not very much of it would apply to Senate District 35, monies would apply to my roads and to my bridges that are falling apart. We've got roads out in my district that we're about ready to probably take up all the asphalt, convert them to gravel, because they are just about impassable. So I ask for support for 005.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to support the amendment by my colleague from Cheyenne Wells. I think he makes an excellent point about having these statewide management and mandates essentially on the transportation system. As he points out, his district is 25% of the land mass of the state of Colorado, so, and it's largely rural, almost all rural. So I think the transportation needs, it's quite obvious the transportation needs and priorities for that part of the state are going to be very different than the transportation needs, for example, in my district, Senate District 30, which is right there in the heart of Douglas County. You know, we may want to see more bike lanes, we may want to see more pedestrian areas, and I'm a big proponent of that, but what works in Douglas County isn't going to work particularly well in the rural areas of the state. And so, you know, as we see so often with the legislation coming through here this year and prior years, is a desire to sort of control everything from the state level. You know, my view is we ought to allocate the transportation dollars down to the local communities, to the counties, to the local jurisdictions, and let them determine how best to use it. I don't think they need you know, rules and regulations and guidance all the time from the state on how to do that. And so I think this is a good amendment. And you know, when you talk about safety on the roads, which I'm a big proponent of, roads are a big part of that. It's not just you know, the other alternatives. It's also making sure that the roads are safe and that they're well maintained. Because if we don't do that, clearly we're going to have increasing problems with safety out there. So I support this amendment, L005, and would urge my colleagues to support it as well.
Thank you. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of L005. As someone that lives in western Colorado, we have the same issues as the good senator from Cheyenne Wells. You know, there's going to be a lot of, you know, cities or towns that are more than 5,000 people, but they're nowhere even close to each other. And I can't imagine going 60 miles to get to Gateway, Colorado, which is part of the district I live in, to on a bicycle. First off, the highway is so narrow, there's no bike lanes out there. And y'all haven't planned for any of that whenever you're talking about a bill like this. And even if you're talking about the municipality of Grand Junction, Colorado, it's not close to Fruita and it's not close to Palisade. And it's not something that you can ride your bicycle to every day. Yes, I've ridden my bicycle to Palisade, but I don't do it every day. And it makes absolutely no sense that you've come up with a bill like this. I know that it was considered as an interim bill, and then I don't think that's what it ended up being. But I certainly support L005. There's got to be some common sense here, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to something that one of the bill sponsors, and first of all, I rise in support of L005. I think that this is an appropriate amendment. I do not serve on the Transportation Committee, but I did last year in the lower chamber, and boy, learned a lot. It was a very, very interesting committee. One of the things that I learned is how many metropolitan planning organizations are in the state of Colorado. There's 5 of them. There's the Denver Regional Council of Governments, otherwise known as DRCOG, which actually includes my district. So Castle Rock is part of DRCOG. Parker is part of DRCOG. The rural areas that I represent are also part of DRCOG. Another area is the Grand Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization, the North Front Range Metropolitan Planning Organization, Pikes Peak Area Council of Governments, that is down south of me in El Paso County, and the Pueblo Area Council of Governments, which is appropriately named because it includes the Pueblo area. And the reason why I'm talking about this, because I think that this is really important. Grand Valley is out in Mesa County, the Grand Valley MPO. But I look at the scope of this bill and what's being required of local governments, and I have a really hard time with this because there are local governments included in this bill, and we'll be talking about this a lot more, who really don't have the bandwidth. They don't. They don't have the bandwidth to provide this information, and the bill sponsor accurately described that the southeastern part of the state is not part of an MPO. Lucky them. But this bill is extremely onerous, and so I stand in support of this particular amendment because the average Colorado commuter is going to be better served by fixing our dadgum roads. And I've talked about this from the well in the past, is when I was out knocking doors all last summer and fall,
And whether I was talking to a Republican, a Democrat, or an unaffiliated voter, the condition of our infrastructure was something that was very, very problematic to them. There were other issues, affordability as being one of them, but the state of our infrastructure in the state of Colorado is deplorable. And for us to be sticking our head in the sand, thinking idealistically that if we just make it really hard for people to drive cars, they're just going to start riding their bikes. I mean, do we want to go back to living in caves? Is that the preferred state of the state of Colorado? The free state of Colorado, let's not forget. Where apparently you're being mandated out of your vehicle ownership in the free state of Colorado. This is not a bill that I'm guessing the vast majority of people of Colorado would find to be relevant to their lives. This amendment, which I stand in support of, L005, and I hope that you will vote yes on, takes a little chunk out of it, but candidly, not enough. And we'll have further conversation. So I want to really voice my appreciation to the good senator from Southern Peltonia and ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm here to support L005. We'd like to strike language from the bill that prioritizes inventory products or projects and reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions while promoting non-driving transportation options in my disproportionately impacted communities. I know that it's hard for people to recognize and to sometimes realize, but in places like what I represent, we're 60, 65 miles away from the medical specialties. And we can't get there unless we drive our car. There is not a bus, there is not a train, and we're not accomplishing what we need to be accomplishing in my district. Really, the foundation of our transportation system is in the motor vehicle. Instead of prioritizing projects that undermine the efficiency and accessibility of motor vehicle transportation, the bill should support initiatives that help Colorado drivers get to where they're going and to get there better and faster. In these rural communities, they're not hoping to find a new train being built in their community and or new pathways and sidewalks. They're trying to get their grandmother or their wife or their kids to the specialties in Grand Junction, which is 62 miles from my home, from my hometown. The communities that are in the rest of my district are just as far or farther from Grand Junction and the places where these specialties take place. And we're only talking about medical needs right now. We're not talking about needing to get a vehicle fixed or needing to get parts for a machine that's sitting out in the field waiting to complete harvest before it starts to rain and snow and finish out the system. We're not doing this. Everything in my communities is hauled in on a truck, and everything that we produce is hauled out on a truck. Yet we are talking about making it harder to put trucks on the highway. You know, I know that we believe we're doing the best for the state of Colorado when we do some of these things, but we're leaving the community behind that we're trying to help. The people that are needing help with this are the people that are trying to maintain their vehicles on roads that would tear up anything. We've got roads in my district that are so rough, it's unbelievable. People would not recognize that as being a state highway. You know, jokingly, I've said maybe we should bring that gravel grinder where when it grinds up the asphalt and grind off the asphalt, and let's just go back to a gravel road. And remember that in the early 50s, Club 20 was founded to help fix transportation. Gravel roads was all we had. We needed to move into the future and have paved roads, and we did that. Now we stand and look at these roads and say, well, this isn't what we want. We want multimodal. We want more bike paths. We want more sidewalks and or buses and trains. But currently, we need help. We need those kind of things to be taken care of in my communities so that we can repair and better serve my district by repairing and expanding roads and bridges throughout the state. Instead of prioritizing modes of transportation, this amendment would place greater emphasis on the primary method of transportation for most Coloradoans, the motor vehicle. Please vote yes on amendment number 5.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I live 65 miles from the nearest Walmart. Most people don't understand that live up here. They do not understand that. We need our vehicles. Granted, where I live does not fit under this bill, but this bill is proof, again, of an urban idea being pushed down on rural folks, and it won't work. So, Madam Chair, I call division.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Ill 005? Seeing none, the question before us. Oh, a division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L005 to SB 30. All in favor, please stand. All, you may be seated. All opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The noes have it. L005 fails. Senator Carson, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do also have an amendment at the desk here. I'm going to send up L007.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L007?
Amendment L007, amending the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee report dated March 12,
Senator
2020.
Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L007.
Thank you. And that's a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment to Senate Bill 30 deals with the simple question, again, of making sure we're not interfering excessively in the local decision-making and the local projects in the transportation area. And this amendment would prevent this bill's transportation project inventory from altering the planning processes for regional and statewide transportation plans. So under the bill, any proposal adopted to the project inventory must subsequently be used to inform the planning of Colorado transportation projects. But for transportation projects that are already underway, a retroactive alteration of planning processes could indefinitely stunt the progress of critical infrastructure developments. And that's what I want to get at with this amendment. Let's make sure that we're not disrupting projects that are already underway and overriding things with a statewide plan or mandate here. Similarly, for future transportation projects, expanding the planning process to include considerations for multimodal transportation alternatives could hamper the efficiency of important transportation build-outs that are already underway. While this inventory will still be available to transportation planners, this amendment would ensure that current and future planning processes are not unnecessarily altered. So what I'd like to talk about in relation to this amendment a little is we seem to get distracted a lot in the transportation area by what I believe the minority leader called them shiny objects, distraction of the latest thing. And, you know, I believe that transportation is certainly a proper role for government, particularly when you consider that people are paying, the citizens of this state are paying a good deal of money to fund the transportation projects, particularly with the gas tax. They're paying, they expect their roads to be properly maintained. We have fees associated with vehicle registrations, and those largely go to the counties, but folks are expecting those dollars to be used wisely. And one of my concerns with this bill is, again, we get distracted with new plans and new projects, and we don't focus on what we already have out there. One of the biggest disappointments I have in my district is seeing those light rail lines that we've invested so much money in, and people are not using them. And what we've got to do is we got to take a look at something like that, whether it's the rail lines or whether it's the buses, and we need to figure out how to get those projects used. We've spent tens of billions of dollars building out this rail system, and people are not using it. Now, there might be a lot of different reasons why they're not using it. Maybe they got out of the habit somewhat during COVID, when a lot of that was shut down or inaccessible. Maybe crime, the fear of whether it's safe, concern of whether it's safe or not, that might be an issue. But my point here is let's focus on figuring out what we need to work on with the current infrastructure we've built out, and let's see if we can get that prioritized and working. You know, as a lot of you, I'm sure, I've traveled a fair amount in Europe, and I'm a big fan of rail lines. I mean, rail lines are great. I mean, you look at these European cities, and people use the rail there. And we ought to be taking a very close look at what's going on there, that people are using that. They're using those rail lines. They've invested all of this money into the infrastructure, and they want to make sure folks are using it. Now, I will concede we are a little bit different here in the West. People do like their vehicles. People like their independence. And so we have to make sure that our roads are well maintained. But if we're going to build this light rail infrastructure, let's make sure that we're figuring out how to make it efficient. And I'll give you another example of a big distraction. So when we talk about rail, we've got these light rail lines out there. And yet, amazingly enough, there's this new project that's being looked at. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with this, but it's called the Front Range Passenger Rail System. And amazingly, there are folks who want to put potentially billions of dollars into this Front Range Passenger Rail System. And to me, this is a great example of a shiny object that's going to take a lot of money, that has not really been studied about how much people are going to use it. So this Front Range Passenger Rail, which some folks are attempting to get federal money for, our Congresswoman in the 4th Congressional District has made a point of saying, when it comes to transportation priorities at the federal level, the Front Range Passenger Rail is not a priority, and I happen to agree with her on that. But this is a rail line that is being proposed that I believe it may even go all the way to New Mexico, but it certainly would come up from Pueblo through El Paso County, Colorado Springs. It would go through Douglas County. Potentially, there are 2 stops in Douglas County. There's one in Castle Rock and one up by the Sterling Ranch housing development they're talking about, which oddly enough is just south of the light rail line, the main light rail line that runs along Santa Fe and then would run into Denver. And so I'm kind of scratching my head about that one, is if you're going to have a rail line that's got another stop right there, pretty close to a rail stop that people are not using. I mean, there's clearly some usage of that rail line during the rush hour, to, I would say, a modest amount, but not nearly as much as it used to be, and not nearly as much as folks envisioned it being used. And yet here we come along with this Front Range Passenger Rail that we're going to dump millions, maybe billions of dollars in. State level, they're going to potentially go to the voters, and they're going to ask the voters to approve tax money to fund this system. And yet the basic fundamental foundation foundational question of who is going to actually use it, who is actually going to ride it, hasn't been answered. All of us, you know, those of us in Douglas County, my colleague from Castle Rock and I have particularly been asking this question of, have we done the ridership studies? Have we done the usage studies? Have we done the planning before we go to the voters and ask them for millions, billions of dollars to fund this Front Range passenger rail system? And it hasn't been done yet. And so I just use that as an example why I think this amendment is important. This amendment L007, which really, to me, is a prioritization amendment in the area of transportation dollars, is let's focus on what we've got out there. Let's focus on what local communities have put in place, and let's make sure it's working and we're maximizing its usage before we overlay this whole new system of ideas out there. And so I would ask for a favorable vote on L007. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hendrickson, and then we go to Senator Bright. Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully ask for a no vote on L007. L007 that strikes, I'll read this section verbatim, it's not long. This section from the bill. The Department and Metropolitan Planning Organizations shall update the inventories created pursuant to subsection 2A of this section as part of the planning process for the regional and statewide transportation plans required by section 43-1-1103. So we're requiring there to be an assessment of where are the gaps within local jurisdictions, within the MPO, as it pertains to comprehensive mode choice transportation infrastructure. And weighing, and we're able to look at that and evaluate it against our statewide transportation emissions reduction goals, as well as other transportation goals. But if we don't update the data periodically, as required for other data periodically updated by law, how do we know if we're making any progress? Well, it seems like an important piece of strategy, but also for the public, that's an important piece of transparency that, frankly, we owe that to the residents of Colorado. And then, while this doesn't inherently tie into Front Range passenger rail, which I think is critical to my community for being able to grow and be a part of Front Range economic development, but it's not inherently tied to that. But if that does come along and there is an effort, there is funding secured, there is infrastructure plans coming into place, shouldn't state and regional governments know what the up-to-date local inventories are so that they can adequately begin to have those collaborative works with urban planners in those areas to ensure that the regional or statewide infrastructure investments align with the infrastructure that they're going to ostensibly connect to in those local governments? That's what this section of the bill does. That's why this section is critically important, and especially it's that transparency piece that we owe to all Coloradans. I ask for a no vote on L007.
Thank you. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L007, and like the good senator from Pueblo mentioned, this amendment strikes lines 31 through 35 of page 2 of the committee report, which talks about the inventorying of local projects. And I'm a huge supporter of effectiveness and efficiency, and I feel like we need to nod in recognition of the work that our local agencies have done. those regional agencies that are working on roads and bridges and areas, we need to let them proceed uninhibited with the projects that they have going. To ask them to stop and stop what they're doing, making those local decisions and trying to implement a local plan in light of a overall state mandate, I feel like does not improve the effectiveness or the efficiency of what we have going on. I feel like those local entities are most qualified to address the needs of their local communities. And I really feel that asking them to change their plans midstream as they've gone through their 1 year, 3 year, 5 year planning process is too much. It just flies in the face of effectiveness and efficiency. Let's let our local entities do the work that they have set out to do and not get in the way. And so respectfully ask for a aye vote on Amendment L007.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Senator Carson.
I want to thank my colleague from Brighton for that, or from Platteville for those comments on Amendment L07. I think we're in agreement that this is really an amendment about priorities and choices and making sure that the programs that are in place are not going to be disrupted, that they're going to be honored, and they're going to proceed. I think it's a common sense amendment. I urge my colleagues' support, and I call for a division.
Thank you. A division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before us is the adoption of L007 to Senate Bill 30. All in favor, please stand. sit. Ma'am? Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. All opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L007 fails. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, in looking over the bill and the subsequent strike below that was provided in committee, in the Transportation and Energy Committee, there were a lot of things changed from the original version of the bill, one of which was the subject local government and the population therein. Interestingly to me, the original population threshold was 25,000, but that was amended in committee down to subject local government means a home rule or statutory city, town, county, or city and county with a population of 5,000 or more that is within the jurisdiction of a metropolitan planning organization. So I thought that was really kind of interesting that that was amended down, because that is pretty much all cities, towns, definitely counties, for sure city and county, because we only have just a couple of those, right? But 5,000, that's not a lot. So from a population standpoint. And so what that means to me is this bill casts a wider net than probably what that I would consider applicable. So with that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L004?
Amendment L004, amend the Senate Transportation
Senator
and Energy.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004 to Senate Bill 30.
Thank you. Please, that's a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. This amendment is very simple. Again, I think 5,000, a population of 5,000 in this bill is really not a lot. And it includes communities that do not have the wherewithal to participate in this program process. I don't know what you want to call it. It is an unfunded mandate on those really small jurisdictions that do not have the resources, financial or human, to comply. So this particular amendment changes that population threshold to 100,000 rather than 5,000. It's more than the original 25,000, but I think that this 100,000, that would include my hometown of Castle Rock. And I think that, my hometown of Castle Rock, we opted out of RTD actually quite a number of years ago, simply because it was kind of a taxation without representation scenario in Castle Rock, where we had no RTD bus service, and yet we were paying RTD sales tax. And so the town of Castle Rock, the good people of the town of Castle Rock, made the decision to opt out of the RTD district. I think wisely so. I don't think that that service would be any better today than it was back then. The folks in another of the municipalities that I represent, Parker, they have not opted out. They are still subject to RTD sales taxes, and their service is candidly deplorable. They do not get what they pay for at all. I really think that it's important that we not penalize those small small jurisdictions with this well-intended, but yet not particularly, in my opinion, well-intended but not practical legislation. I ask for your aye vote on L004.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So originally, the bill did refer to home rule local governments of 25,000 people, but it was also narrowed to within the MPO language. So, for instance, we realized that, I'm going to use this as an example because it's right next door and I go there all the time. There's very little benefit added in Otero County, which, well, I guess they're just below 25,000 residents now, but we have multiple counties. I'll use Albert County as an example then, that the value added to this is minimal as introduced. But we also realized that there was gaps. The example I used earlier is Sheridan. Sheridan has, I just looked it up, 5,908 people as of the last census data. There would be gaps if we were to do this region-wide for the Denver metro region and not include a place like Sheridan. So that's why it has been changed as it has. Yes, it incorporates some more municipal governments, but it also is much more narrower in its overall geographic scope, applying it to the metro areas, which is what we're really trying to address and where the real gaps truly are. To accept this amendment that brings that number up to 100,000 residents would blow a massive hole in the ability for any of this analysis to be effective or worthwhile whatsoever. And for that reason, I'm asking a no vote that we reject L004. Here are a listing of some of the local governments that would be exempted by this amendment who are absolutely critical part of our urban metro planning ecosystem, where we should have a consideration of this so that it fits with the whole. Longmont, Castle Rock, Loveland, Broomfield, Grand Junction, Commerce City, Parker, Littleton, Brighton, Windsor, North Glen, Erie, Englewood, Wheat Ridge, Lafayette. I can keep going, but all those places would be immediately exempted from the bill, blowing a huge gap in our ability to do this assessment properly and effectively. I ask for a no vote on L004.
Thank you. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of L004. This is an amendment that would really help out the Western Slope. Maybe you go to various counties on the Front Range. I don't know how often you visit the Western Slope and actually talk to the people there, because you're creating an unfunded mandate, and a lot of these smaller communities already don't have the funding for this, and I just wish that you cared more about the entire state than just the Front Range. I ask for an aye vote on L004.
Senator Winter, and then we'll go to Senator Liston. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I ask for a no vote on L004. As the good senator from Pueblo explained, this would create massive holes within these planning regions. So first of all, these are only communities that are within MPO regions, and so you have to be within an MPO region, and the requirement is to submit a plan if you have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you don't have to do anything. So this isn't requiring extra resources for these communities if there is no plan.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of L004 for Senate Bill 30. To me, it's just common sense that these stops and these various projects are going to be in bigger towns be it Colorado Springs, Pueblo, Castle Rock, up and down the Front Range on the western slope. I could identify certain, but to make every single community, because there's going to be a fair number of communities that say, look, we don't want this project. We don't have the resources, we don't have the manpower, we don't have the money. So, you know, I can appreciate where the sponsors are coming from, but I think this is a friendly amendment, and it makes sense, and there are plenty of communities that are that are anywhere from 3,500 to 5,500 that may or may not want this. So as you think about, you know, Front Range rail or rail in general, most all of the stops are in fair-sized communities. They don't stop in every single little community. So for that reason and many more, I would urge an aye vote on L004.
Thank you, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm a bit of a software geek myself, and Colorado, the state of Colorado actually has this really cool geospatial portal. I don't know if you all have checked it out, but it does have an MPO overlay. And so from that, you can see, like, just in Grand Junction, the Grand Valley MPO has a whole bunch of small towns and big ones. Grand Junction, big. Fruitvale, Clifton, Mount Lincoln, Redlands, Roan, Fruita. And then if you shoot over to Dr. Cog, the Denver Regional Council of Governments, MPO, you have Larkspur. Castle Rock, of course, Monument, Woodland Park, it's down below, that's in the Pikes Peak area. My point is, we have all of these small towns that are included now because the threshold changed down to 5,000, a population of 5,000. That is too low. It is a burden on our small local governments. I asked for an aye vote on L004, and I also asked for division.
Thank you. A division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Let's see. The motion is for the adoption of L004 to SB 30. All those in favor, please stand. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The L004 fails. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was disappointing, but, you know, I came from the lower chamber. I've learned to live with disappointment. The other chamber. The other. It's not lower? Okay. Anyway, I do have another amendment, and
There is
hopefully
an
the bill
amendment at the
sponsors
desk.
would like this one better, because what this amendment does is simply, again, this
Senator.
is talking, my apologies.
Mr. Schaffler, would you please read the title of L015?
Amendment L015, amend the Senate
Senator
Transfer.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies for speaking out of turn. I move Amendment L015 to Senate Bill 030.
That is a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members, this amendment simply returns the threshold for population back to that in the original bill, which was 25,000. So that's a population threshold for a municipality to be forced into participating in this program. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully, I ask for a no vote. So again, the 25,000 in the introduced version of the bill was reduced to 5,000 in conjunction with the scope of the application of the bill being reduced from statewide to the local governments, the home rule local governments within a metropolitan planning organization. And from there, only those who already have these plans. If you don't have these plans, you don't need to create these plans. But if you do have these plans, for the interest of being able to have statewide inventory and being able to have statewide data statewide throughout the MPOs, so we're doing an accurate assessment of where the gaps are, you need to be able to provide that data. So again, this bill would leave significant gaps where we need it the most, and I ask for no vote on L15.
Thank you. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to support the amendment here by my colleague from Castle Rock, L015. So similar, obviously, to the one she just offered about 100,000 population, but at least let's go to 25,000. I think it's important, and this gets back to the earlier amendment by my colleague from Cheyenne Wells. Let's focus on the larger communities with this planning, this state planning. You know, they've got the staff to deal with these type of things. The smaller communities, I think the best thing to do with the smaller communities, and they'd probably tell you this too, is give them the money they're entitled to, give them their transportation dollars, and let them do the job as best suits the needs of their communities. So I want to support this amendment. I think 25,000 is certainly, and as my colleague from Castle Rock indicated, I was not aware of this, but apparently the original number was 25,000. So let's go with that and get back to the original intent of the bill here.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L015? Senator Lundin, Mr. Minority Leader, excuse me.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L15. Trying to do some quick research right now and determine how many towns we have between 5,000 and 25,000. And it's a laundry list here. If each one of these is 15, that would be at least almost 100 communities. All right, So here's what we're going to do. Exercise in efficiency. I'm going to stand here and I'm going to talk for 1 hour on this amendment. And I'm going to do that because there's 100 communities that are each going to have a staff person do at least an hour's worth of work. So this is a wholesale transaction right now. You get to put up with me for an hour, and we're going to save 100 staff members an hour of work. Now, the reality is, it's going to be way more than an hour's worth of work. Plan, inventory, update inventory, correct errors in inventory. It's hours and hours and hours and hours of work. And Lundeen wanders down to the well and everybody rolls their eyes. Oh no, he said he's going to talk for an hour. Well, I'm doing it to save the state of Colorado and the people of Colorado and the municipalities of Colorado hundreds and hundreds of hours of lost time for no purpose. I mean, this bill is hard to argue against because it's just so flimsy. It is truly, oh, got a timer on me now. I should never have said that, should I? Thank you very much for that. The reality is, as I said before, is when we first were talking about the bill broadly, not the amendments, and so what we're doing is what we frequently do, and when there's a bill and the bill is out of bounds, we say, well, I've got an idea. Let me help make the bill better. Started out, the bill, my understanding is, as introduced, the bill was 25,000. Communities of 25,000 or more. Okay, threshold, that's a threshold. Several hundred communities would have been saved from having to deal with Senate Bill 30 if that threshold had stayed the same. But no, got amended. Lowered the threshold from 25,000 communities with 25,000 people down to communities with 5,000 people. We got to go get more people because we're from the government and we're here to help you. And we want to help more people. And we're going to help them by providing yet one more layer of full employment for the bureaucracy. Challenge is some of these communities are probably at the breaking point right now. They're hardworking civil servants, whom I just referred to as bureaucracy, but they're still hardworking civil servants. They're maybe already at the breaking point. And so that little town's going to have to go hire a contractor, if they're smart, or an employee, if they really want to lean into it, in order to do all of this additional reporting. All right, so hundreds of hours of additional work. I'm trying to get here to, all right, I'm 50 to 70. I exaggerated. I apologize to the bill sponsors. I said 100 communities are in Colorado, or between that 5,000 and 25,000 range. Quick estimate here says it's between 50 and 70. Let's take the low end of that. Let's say once a quarter, somebody has to, on behalf of that small town, do an hour's worth of work. That's 4 hours a year per town, 50 towns. That's 200 hours of work. Now, wouldn't you all think it would be worth me spending an hour yammering against that if at the end of that hour, the result is we put the bill back the way it was, as introduced? That's what this amendment asks to do. It says somebody had a great idea, because nobody brings a bad idea for a bill. And the great idea was communities of 25,000 individuals or more should spend a whole lot more time planning to make pedestrian walkways and bike paths a bigger part of their community. Because that's what we want to focus on in Colorado. Potholes are not our deal. Bridges that are falling down are not our deal. Roadways that are breaking axles on trucks and destroying hubcaps, wheels, And tires on individual passenger vehicles, that's not our deal. We, Senate Bill 330 says, are all about bicycles and pedestrian pathways. And it's not just towns 25,000 or more. If you're a little teeny tiny town, I know I grew up in a small town, 2,700 people, and I rode my bicycle to the, there were no bike lanes. And if I rode my bicycle on First Street, which was the busy street, one of the nice ladies that lived on First Street would call my mother and say, I saw Paul on the way to the swimming pool today. I know he was going to the swimming pool because he had a towel around his neck and he was wearing his swimming suit and he had flip-flops. We called them something different back then. He had flip-flops on his feet and he rode down First Street, Jane. I just wanted you to know that your son's riding on that incredibly dangerous street, First Street. There's at least 5, maybe 10 vehicles a day that go down that street. You should really talk with your son and he should drive on safer streets. Okay, maybe I exaggerate a little bit. The point is, it was a small town at 2,700. 5,000 is not that much bigger. We're making the small, teeny tiny burgs, little towns of Colorado, responsible for a big, gigantic, international in nature, save the planet, worship at the altar of global climate change, orthodoxy. We're making them responsible for burdensome regulation, making them responsible for writing reports that include inventories and updated inventories. We're making them responsible in a way that just does not. And here's the big question. I'm all in for investing. I'm an investor by nature. What's the return on that investment? The return on this investment, highly likely, will be negative in any category you can possibly measure. Will it be good for the immediate community? Negative. They're going to have to hire more people to do the work. Will it be good for the environment? Yeah, negative. The reality is you're not going to pull enough vehicles off the road in those little towns of 5,000 population. It's not going to take a vehicle off the road. It's not going to change any behavior. It's just going to be a burden. It's just going to be an expense. It's just going to wear people down. Amendment 15 takes us back to the origins and the first designs of Senate Bill 30. All it does is say, let's put the bill back the way it was. I would have been a no vote. In fact, I would be a no vote at 25,000. I'd be a no vote at 100,000. I think the bill's a waste of time regardless. But it simply says, take it back from 5,000, the level it's been dropped down to, back up to 25,000. Seems like a reasonable ask to me. 25,000 wasn't my idea. It was the bill sponsor's idea to start with. I think Amendment 15 can't be characterized as a bridge too far, not one of the 600 that's falling down anyway. It just takes us back to where the bill was as introduced. I urge your support of Amendment 15. You going to speak to it, Janice?
Senator Henriksen. Oh, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate L015. I did appreciate the previous one more, but I do agree with the good senator from Monument that when the bill was originally prepared, everyone was okay with the 25,000. The sponsors must have been okay with it because it was in the bill, and now it's not good enough. But it seems like, to create this burden of finance on some of these smaller communities, I just don't understand why you think that's so important. But I do want to thank the good senator from Castle Rock for bringing L015 and shining a light on this, that this is what the original bill was, and now it's not. And so I urge your support on L015.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L015? Seeing none, the question before us. A division has been called. A division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L015 to Senate Bill 30. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L015 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on SB 30? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a couple more things to talk about on this bill, and I have an amendment here. I'm going to.
There is an amendment at the desk.
I don't know.
Mr.
do the
Schaffler, will you
spot-
please
have
read the
that one?
title of L006?
This is,
Amendment
Wait,
L006, amend the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee report dated March 12,
I
2025.
move Amendment
Page 2, line
L006.
24, after inventory.
Senator Carson, please raise your hand. Senator Carson.
Whoops. I move Amendment L006.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L006.
All right. Amendment L006 is an important issue of allowing us to vote on some of the priorities of these different projects that we're going to be talking about in this bill. So L006, when metropolitan planning reports are presented to the Transportation Legislative Review Committee on October 31st, 2026, this amendment allows the committee to hold a vote on the merits of these proposed plans. If the committee fails to approve a metropolitan planning organization's proposal, then the plans would not be further implemented. So this, again, earlier I was talking about priorities, and I was using the example of the Front Range passenger rail. So as I mentioned, this is to run from Pueblo up to through El Paso County, then to Douglas County, and it keeps going north up. I believe it's going to go all the way to Cheyenne, potentially, is what folks are thinking about it. I don't know if this particular project is going to be addressed under the rubric of this legislation, but I think it's a good example of the need to set priorities and make sure that we have a voice in whatever comes out and is recommended. This amendment would allow the Transportation Legislative Review Committee to assess the merits of each proposal that's included within this bill's project inventory. State lawmakers who represent the collective will of their constituents are well suited to express the priorities of Colorado voters. By allowing legislators to vet the merits of each proposal, multimodal projects that are frivolous, wasteful, or otherwise contrary to the interests of everyday Coloradans will be easily terminated. So this is simply, this amendment simply says, let's, once we got this whole process underway, let's make sure we weigh in on these projects and vote on them. And when we're talking about something like the Front Range passenger rail, they're going to be coming to the voters potentially in the next several years asking for quite a bit of tax dollars on this project. And I still have a baseline question of who is going to use this. Do we expect folks to be riding from, getting on this line
to the amendment? I'm having trouble. Can you just draw me a line so I can make sure that we're speaking to the amendment here? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, on the amendment, I think it is an amendment about priorities, and I simply use a couple of examples of different transportation projects. As the amendment reads, L006, the Transportation Legislation Review Committee may vote on the merits of projects listed in the inventories, and if a project is voted on and fails to receive a favorable vote from a majority of the voting committee members, the department or metropolitan planning organization, as appropriate, shall not proceed with implementing the project. So I think it is appropriate to talk about some of the grand transportation projects in this state that are being thought about and talked about, and this particular one, this Front Range passenger rail, is of great concern to me because, we've seen the light rail projects underway that are not being utilized as effectively as they should be. And I don't think we should then go on to be talking about another potential rail line. And I will mention, when I first learned about this, some people thought it was high-speed rail. Well, they're not even talking about it as high-speed rail. It's not going to be high-speed at all. And so that's an example of why we need an amendment like this, to take a look at things that are being proposed and talked about in the transportation area and make sure we're prioritizing things that are really going to be helpful to the taxpayers in our state. And so I would ask my colleagues to consider and vote in favor of Amendment L006.
Thank you, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the amendment. I'm urging a no vote on L006. Colorado has an extremely long and proud tradition of how we allocate transportation funding, and it is done through transportation regional planning. And it is very locally driven. It is decided per region because those are the folks that know better than the legislators do. In other states, for example, if I would, as chair of transportation and energy, I could just load up all the projects in my district. And so we shouldn't be getting legislators involved on taking away that power from our planning regions when that has worked incredibly well. This bill doesn't change that, doesn't change the allocation of funding. It doesn't guarantee any of these projects happen, and I would be extremely cautious to introduce legislators into choosing transportation projects.
Thank you, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate the good senator from Broomfield, what she has to say that, you know, really we're not necessarily experts on all the transportation projects. Quite frankly, I do support L006, but really I want to be on the record publicly that I know somewhere down the road, and it may not be the total purpose of this piece of legislation, but I wanted to speak out that if, when, and ever Colorado considers a high-speed rail system, that is nothing but a boondoggle. As I'm sure some of us know here in this chamber, maybe not everybody, but the primary and the leading example to show how much of a boondoggle it is the one that is trying to be built in the state of California. They first started on their high-speed rail system I believe, I'm not too far off on this, some 15 to 20 years ago. It is billions and billions and billions of dollars in cost overruns. It is nowhere near completed. They have had to, as recently as within the last, I think, really 2 or 3 months, come back to the federal government again to ask for billions more to further try and partially complete it. Just a warning to future colleagues or legislators out there is, I at least want to be on the record, and I don't think I'll be alone, is that whatever we do, let's do not waste the taxpayers' money on a high-speed rail. It will never,
Senator
ever
Liston,
be...
I'm once again sorry, having
Yes.
trouble drawing a line between this and the amendment.
Yeah,
I
that's why,
understand your
Madam Chair,
concerns.
that's why I'm speaking on L006. I am forecasting why this is a good amendment, the good senator from Castle Rock. And I'm just trying to prognosticate what might happen if we don't pass L006. He is very prescient in bringing L006. So I'm just trying to let everybody know that down the road, that if future legislators should contemplate a high-speed rail system, please, whatever you do, save the taxpayers of Colorado and the federal taxpayers and the federal government billions and billions of dollars so that we don't waste our money on worthy regional, smaller, right? We can't even fix our roads. So thank you, Madam Chair, members. I urge an aye vote on L006. Thank you.
Thank you. The question before us is the adoption of L006 to SB 30. Is there further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any further discussion. Just to point out, my colleague from Colorado Springs, why this amendment I think is important is we want to avoid wasteful spending. These transportation dollars are precious, and so let's make sure folks have a vote in this. So I urge a support for Amendment L006.
Thank you. The question before us is the adoption of L006. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L006 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on SB 130? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 130. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, Senate Bill 30. I don't want to say that wrong. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 30 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader. Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of SB 25-161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Winter and Judah and Representatives Lindstedt and Froelich, concerning transit reform and in connection therewith creating study, planning, and reporting requirements, increasing coordination among transit agencies, government and planning organizations, authorizing the Regional Transportation District to enter into a service partnership agreements, creating a Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee, adding non-voting members to the Regional Transportation District Board of Directors, and requiring the Regional Transportation District to emphasize ridership growth, worker retention, safety, and statewide climate goals.
Thank you. Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 25-161 and the committee reports.
Okay, first to the Transportation and Energy Committee report. Can you please tell us about that? Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, we passed a few amendments. It was a great hearing. We got it out of committee. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. All in favor of the Transportation and Energy report, please say aye. All opposed, no. The Transportation and Energy report passes. The ayes have it. To the Appropriations report. Senator.
Do you want to do it?
Senator Judah.
You're going to love this even more. We went to appropriations, and they graciously gave us some money.
Thank you.
And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee Senate. Okay. The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, SB 161 is a critical step towards building a more equitable, accessible, and sustainable future for Colorado. This is the transit reform bill. Transportation is more than just a means of getting from point A to point B. It is an economic lifeline, a public health issue, and a key determinant of opportunity and equity in our communities. For far too long, our transit systems have underserved working families, seniors, people with disabilities, and communities of color. High costs, unreliable service, and the lack of access to key destinations have placed undue burdens on those who rely on public transportation the most. This bill is about more than just fixing the transit system. It's about investing in people, and SB 161 prioritizes affordability, reliability, and accountability.
Thank you. Senator Winter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, could you please read L018?
Amendment L018, amend the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee report dated March 5th, 2025. Page 2, strike lines 5
Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L018.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L018.
L018 is about the accountability committee that is part of this bill. It makes one small change to the membership of the committee. It adds in a current board member of RTD at the request of RTD. And then this merely assigns who the governor, who leadership is appointing within those committee assignments, and I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L018. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes has it. L018 is adopted. To the bill, Senator
This is L017,
Senator
which, yeah.
Winter.
I'll just move this.
We have an amendment.
Oh, Senator Judah. There is an amendment at the desk.
Yes.
Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L017?
Amendment L017, amend printed bill, page 6, line 9, strike 32-9-168.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L017 to SB 161.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L017 changes to the EcoPass program and removal of the live program changes. So it changes the enrollment threshold for building to opt in to EcoPass to a majority of the respondents rather than a majority of the building residents. In addition to requiring a survey of new buildings, the amendment requires a survey of all buildings with 50 units or more that are located within the boundaries established by HB 24-1304. It allows apartment buildings to get a reasonable administrative fee from RTD for enrolling in the EcoPass. And finally, it removes changes to the low-income fare program. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L017? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L017. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L017 to SB 161 is adopted. To the bill, Senator, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read the L010?
Amendment L010, amend printed bill, page 26, after line 19, insert.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L010 to SB 161.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L010.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L010 makes technical corrections to the local transit operations cash funds created in SB 24-230. It changes the formula for only the first year to ensure that RTD is able to receive funding without needing to comply with the reporting and dashboard requirements. Instead, RTD would need to present a plan to CTE by July 1, 2025 on how they will meet reporting and dashboard requirements in order to receive 25% of the local transit operations cash fund for FY26. In fiscal year 27 and ongoing, funding from the local transit operations cash fund would be distributed using the formula established in the bill that takes into account population, population density, local zoning, transit ridership, vehicle revenue miles, share of disproportionately impact community populations, and other transit-related criteria. It changes reference of service improvement plan or system optimization plan to comprehensive operational analysis, which is the industry standard terminology. It clarifies that the additional reporting requirements for eligible entities serving more than 1 million people does not apply to nonprofit organizations. And finally, it sets a benchmark of $10 million for capital projects that need to be included in RTD transparency dashboards. And this aligns with the requirements in SB 25-161 and is more reasonable parameters for the dashboard. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you to the good senators from Aurora and from Westminster, right? Broomfield. Oh, yeah, that's right, you're Broomfield now. Thank you both very much. So I am just curious what this amendment actually does, if it does anything with regard to the expenditures that RTD is expected to do. So in here, in the fiscal note, it talked about RTD had to have expenditures of approximately $6 million. $3 million, every 5-year cost of $3 million to conduct a comprehensive operation analysis. One-time cost of $2.5 million to complete a 10-year strategic plan. $200,000, ongoing cost of $376,000 for income-based fare program changes. $200,000 to be passed through to the Denver Human Services, which works with RTD on the income pair. Well, that's not very fair. Ongoing cost of $100,000 to coordinate the entities hosting special events. So I'm just trying to figure out what this amendment actually does with regard to what kind of grants that RTD can receive from the local transit grant program that is in the Clean Transit Enterprise.
Thank you. Further discussion on L010, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Weld County. This is about the Clean Transit Enterprise and funding that came from 230. Under 230, which we passed last year, there were requirements on how to access those grants, and we are changing the timelines and requirements in order to reduce bureaucracy and get the money out the door to transit faster.
Thank you, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, so we're not anticipating that RTD will apply for a $3 million grant every 5 years to cover their comprehensive operational analysis?
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know what grants RTD is going to specifically apply for or what the CTE will approve, but we do have requirements and guardrails that we passed in Senate Bill 230 last year. And they will be abiding by those guardrails. And this is merely just trying to get the money out of the door faster and easier.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L010 to SB 161. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L010 to SB 161 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L008?
Amendment L008.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L008.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
This is an amendment that adjusts the timing of the 10-year strategic plan to be in better alignment with DRCOG. It provides additional RTD board authority. It requires an annual audit of RTD finances, which they are already doing, but this ensures that they will continue doing that. And it clarifies board authority to enter into service partnership agreements. And I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L008. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. So, members, we heard this bill in appropriations. That was my first opportunity to hear this bill, and I had a lot of concerns, comments, and questions with regard to it. And I know everybody thinks I'm picking on them in appropriations, but I always want you to know I take it very seriously when I see a general fund appropriation of $146,720. I do think that's important that we have some discussion around this, and I am going to bring these up every time in appropriations. Regardless, it has nothing to do with the good senators here who brought this bill forward, but it does have everything to do with our general fund and the structural deficit we're in and the unsustainable path that we're on. So with regard to that, as I look at this bill just in general, I will tell you, and I now have the pre-amended bill, so looking through it as well. This is just basically about 25 pages or more, depending on what these amendments all do to the bill, because I don't imagine they make it any shorter, but 25 pages of where state government is basically going in and telling RTD, which is a regional transportation district, which has their own board that is elected, but basically telling them how to run their business. And I just don't like that to begin with, but I really hate the part where we have a $146,000, almost $147,000 general fund, and then the cash funds is $124,500 that apparently is coming out of the state highway fund that is over in the Department of Transportation. All of this is, as far as I can understand through the fiscal note and the canary pages that I have, is going over to the Office of Energy Conservation so that they can hire 0.1 FTE to manage the accountability committee. So we're putting an accountability committee for the Regional Transportation District into the office, Colorado, the governor's energy office. So into the governor's office specifically, so that I guess he can make sure RTD is accountable. And I'm just going to remind you all, it seems to me like we had a bill last year that talked about basically who got to pick the appointments or who got to pick the people on the board. So that didn't fly, so this year we're coming back with a regional accountability board that had an amendment that is this long. For those of you who didn't come up and pick it up, it is a full page, and it goes on to the back side of the page, but it's a full page about who gets to be on there. And again, it's in the governor's office. So the governor's office is going to have the regional accountability committee in the energy office so that he can make sure that RTD is accountable, because I guess those millions of people who vote for those RTD directors don't know what they're doing. So that's the first reason why I don't really like this bill. And I understand that maybe RTD had some friendly amendments and maybe they're getting to neutral. I'm not really sure where they're at. I appreciate the good senator from Aurora answering that question before the meeting here, before we got up here. But again, with regard to the general fund appropriation and even money coming out of the State Highway Users Fund, the State Highway Fund over in the Department of Transportation, I cannot support that at all. And so with that, I do have an amendment. It's pretty easy. Sure.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L019?
Amendment L019, strike the Appropriations Committee report dated
Senator
April 15th.
Kirkmeyer.
There we go. I move L019.
Thank you. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, it's pretty easy. It's one sentence. This is it. And it strikes the Appropriation Committee report, which strikes the appropriation clause for everyone. And that would strike the $146,720 coming from the general fund. I don't think it should be the state's responsibility just because someone on the first floor would like it to be so that they can hold RTD accountable when the people who vote for them apparently aren't holding them accountable. But anyways, I don't think it should be the state's responsibility to pay for the Regional Accountability Committee at all. And again, we've had discussion after discussion after discussion about the unsustainable path that our budget is on. Every $147,000 general fund counts. It counts. Have these conversations in appropriation, maybe why that's the big sigh from the good senator from Centennial. But again, I asked several questions, which I know people don't like it in appropriations, but buckle up, because tomorrow morning I'll be asking questions about all the bills and appropriations. $146,720. It could have come from. It does not have to come from the general fund. It could have come from the State Highway Users Fund, State Highways Fund, which probably I would have been upset over, but not quite as upset because it's coming from the general fund. But it could have come from, there is funding over in the Department of Local Affairs with regard to transit-oriented communities. And somewhere in this bill, here it is, on page 9, we have discussion, paragraph 4, transit-oriented community infrastructure, that the district shall notify the Denver Regional Council of Governments and the Department of Local Affairs. Guess where that transit-oriented money is and that planning is? That's right, bill that passed last year. It's all about transit-oriented communities in the Department of Local Affairs, where we put money in there. I tried to get it all back this year because of the unsustainable path that our budget is on. That didn't happen during the Joint Budget Committee. But again, we could have been funding this $147,000 out of that fund It does not need to come out of the general fund. And you know, it's not that hard. They could have done a memorandum of understanding. They don't even need to have a transfer. They could have just done an MOU between the Department of Local Affairs and the governor's office. I mean, they all work for the governor. So they could have done that, but chose not to because apparently we felt it was easier to come get $146,720 of general fund from us when we're in a structural deficit and on an unsustainable path. So that was a no when I asked that question. The next question I asked about was, why aren't we taking monies out of the enterprises that were created in 21-270? So let me just talk to you about the enterprises that were created in 21-260, because some of you weren't here in 21. There is the Community Access Enterprise. Pay attention here, because I just want you to know that $124,500 of cash funds, so state highway funds, is going to the Colorado Energy Office. So the first enterprise created in 21-260, Community Access Enterprise. The enterprise is created within the Colorado Energy Office. Now, why do they need general fund money when they get all this enterprise money? But it was created in the Colorado Energy Office to support widespread adoption of electric vehicles, electric alternatives to motor vehicles, including development of vehicle charging. The bill allows the enterprise to impose a community access retail delivery fee to fund its operations. It also allows the enterprise to invest in transportation infrastructure projects. Well, you know, as we read through the bill, we have this whole thing that it ties this bill back to the bill we just had. It ties it back to Senate Bill 30, which is all about infrastructure and all about strategic planning over there. So it's all tied back in. So before somebody tells me, no, we can't use the Community Access Enterprise, even though that's in the Colorado Energy Office, which is where this accountability committee is going to be located, I think we should all read through the bill. I'm more than happy to take enough time to do that if you'd like, or you could just take my word for it. But this bill ties back to Senate Bill 30. And here it is, page 5. Page 5 of the pre-amended bill. So I actually went and got the pre-amended bill because there is one. And so it wouldn't be confusing when I was talking about the introduced bill versus the pre-amended bill. But on page 5, remember, we just got done talking about mode choice targets developed pursuant to Section 43-1-138 as added by Senate Bill 25030. That apparently is going to get enacted this year. That's what it says right here in this bill, even though that bill hasn't been enacted yet. But anyways, so it all ties back in. So the Colorado Energy Office, instead of taking $124,500 from the state highway fund that is over in the Department of Transportation, instead of taking dollars away from everybody, because not everybody is in RTD, but instead of taking dollars away from everybody, they could have just taken it away from the Community Access Enterprise that is already located and created within the Colorado Energy Office. The next one they could have used. This is one of those other enterprises. Remember 21-260? This is where we created a whole bunch of enterprises to get around Prop 117. So the next enterprise that was created, Clean Fleet Enterprise. This enterprise is created within the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and is to incentivize and support, again, the use of electronic motors and vehicles and other technologies in private and government fleets by providing financial assistance for electric motors. It may also issue grants, loans, and rebates to incentivize and support the adoption of electric motor vehicles. Well, maybe this one isn't as good. But it kind of makes sense when you hear about Clean Fleet Enterprise, because what does RTD own? A fleet. Maybe they should be making it electric. I don't know. But you would think there'd be some way that they could have used the Clean Fleet Enterprise. But if not, we can go on to the next one, which is about the Clean Transit Enterprise. And again, all of these go back to electrification, but they support public transit. And the one that's probably one of the ones that I believe is one of the most that could be used is the non-attainment area air pollution mitigation enterprise. So remember what this bill is doing. It's to have an accountability committee, an RTD, and this accountability committee, but RTD is required to enter into service partnerships with local governments, institution of higher education, or other entities to expand transit services. It's supposed to align with state climate goals, establish worker retention goals, comply with federal transit worker safety directives, and to develop performance measures to evaluate its progress with the above. State climate goals, non-attainment area air pollution mitigation enterprise. Sounds a lot like climate goals. That's what the air pollution mitigation enterprise was supposed to be working on, and what they're supposed to be giving funds to. Here's what else this bill's supposed to be doing. Develop a 10-year strategic plan, including a study of funding opportunities. Well, I'm thinking I'm helping them out with that right now. Instead of raiding the general fund for accountability committee, they could be looking at any one of these enterprises, because those would be funding opportunities. And they're supposed to do this so that they can look at a comprehensive operational analysis every 5 years. And remember, we just had that amendment that I asked about. And here we go. So this was the amendment to Section 10. Prior to receiving any money, submit the eligible entity's most recent comprehensive operational analysis to the board and describe how the money will be used to expand transit service, increase transit frequency, improve system-wide transit connectivity, and meet the other purposes described in another subsection of this bill. This is the production fee for clean transit imposed by the Enterprise Local Transit Operations Program, the Local Transit Grant Program, RTD. So they could have got funding from here, funding from any of these other locations. Or, hey, here's an idea. RTD could pay for it themselves. Kind of seems a little odd, I know, to some people, because this is state government, this is the governor's office, who is trying to basically tell RTD how to run and operate. Because again, you know, they do have their own board that is elected by people who hold them accountable to make sure that they're operating in a manner that the people who live in the RTD area feel is appropriate. I don't know why we have to put in $147,000 of our general fund money to create a RTD Regional Accountability Committee in the Office of Energy Conservation. It does not make sense that we should have to do that. Now, the argument I heard, and I may be saying this incorrectly, so I'm sure if I am, please, the good senator from Broomfield should come up here and work to correct me. But what I thought I heard in appropriations is, well, we're asking them to do this, and RTD is putting in a lot of their own money. Okay, they should be. Unless, of course, they don't like this bill, and then maybe, I don't know, then maybe they don't want to. But it doesn't sound like they're opposed to the bill. I didn't have anyone lobby me and tell me they were opposed to the bill. But again, they could, as I explained in appropriations, RTD can do a memorandum of understanding. They can do an intergovernmental agreement with the office, Colorado Energy Office. They could do an intergovernmental agreement. They could work out a contract. They could have the Energy Office, who doesn't need 0.1 FTE to run a committee. Don't they have enough people over there to run committees? Why do they need 0.1 FTE? I mean, most of the money is supposed to be going to contract a third party, so it's not like they're putting together everything here. They're just going to, I guess, manage the contract. But RTD could fund the outside contractor, they could do an intergovernmental agreement, and they could pay for this. They could fund their own accountability committee. Instead of us putting $147,000 approximately of general fund money into this. This is not our responsibility. Just because the governor would like to control and have more say about what's going on in RTD, an elected board, doesn't mean that we should have to come up with approximately $147,000 of general fund money for this regional accountability committee, or for them to hire a third-party contractor. Let me see, what did it, I have to try and remind myself what this said. Let's see. It authorizes the Regional Transportation District to enter into service partnership agreements. It creates a Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee. Now, don't you think RTD kind of has that themselves? They could have already done this themselves. We don't have to tell them to do it, other than we want to tell them 25 pages of things they've got to do. But they have their own board that's elected. And it's also, let's see, but then they did add non-voting members to the Regional Transportation District Board of Directors. So what my amendment does is it strips the appropriation clause, and if everybody truly wants this to continue, then RTD, if everybody wants this to continue, if this amendment passes, then RTD can fund the Regional Accountability Committee themselves. And they can do that by doing an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Energy Office. They can do it that way, instead of taking $147,000 approximately of our general fund money. I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L019? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Amendment L19. And it's very difficult to follow the good senator's speech because she went through this in immense detail. But this bill, titled Transit Reform, was around last year. And I know that because I served in the House Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, where it was, it died a kind of ugly death. That was House Bill 241447, titled Transit Reform. That bill was very similar, wasn't the same, but it was also an effort by the first floor of this building to usurp control of RTD. In that particular bill, as I recall, it placed the direction of RTD more into, I believe it was the Colorado Department of Transportation, ultimately.
Senator Frizzell,
yes.
I just want to direct you back to this bill and this amendment, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. Speaking to Amendment L19 to Senate Bill 161. I think that this amendment is entirely appropriate. We do not need, the citizens of Colorado do not need to foot the bill for the Accountability Committee. I agree wholeheartedly with the good senator from Brighton that RTD is already accountable. They have an elected board. They are already accountable to those who elect those board members. And we do not need to, we being the state of Colorado, we do not, nor should we, insert ourselves in the middle of the governance of RTD. It creates an additional layer of government that, candidly, I don't believe is necessary. I mean, look, this bill,
Thank you, Senator Frizzell. Did you want to talk about the amendment of the bill? We're happy to get through the amendment and then go to the bill if you like.
I would agree with the amendment that the funding for this accountability committee is unnecessary. And I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you so much. Further discussion, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We asked for a no vote on L19. The money for the Accountability Committee is only going to the Energy Office to eventually make its way to DRCOG. And it's incredibly appropriate for the state to be involved in accountability for RTD because our statutes created RTD. We invest money into RTD. We are going to be investing more money into RTD after Senate Bill 230 from last year. And so making sure that our investment is being spent well through this accountability committee, I think is important and part of what the state should be doing, and ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. Members, I would ask for a yes vote on Amendment 19. And I know everybody maybe doesn't like the idea of it coming out of just RTD having to pay for it. That's one option. I don't know, first of all, why Colorado Energy Office needs a 0.1 FTE. So that would go away as well. They should, if they're going to help with this. But now I just heard, I don't even know why they need one, because if the money's going to DRCOG to do the Regional Accountability Committee, why the heck does the Colorado Energy Office need money? I don't get it. But here's the thing. A yes vote on this would strip out the appropriation clause, but it does not forego that funding could come from the Department of Local Affairs. The Department of Local Affairs received money, general fund money, by the way, to do transit-oriented communities and look at those developments. And here's what it talks about in this bill. On page 9, transit-oriented community infrastructure. The district, so RTD, shall periodically notify the Denver Regional Council of Governments where the money is going to be funneled to. So now we're taking general fund money and apparently handing it over to the DRCOG, and we're taking our state highway monies and handing that over to DRCOG, who is an MPO and gets federal money of their own and gets other money directly to them. Transportation management money. All sorts of other money goes directly to DRCOG to do, guess what? Transportation planning, which includes transit planning. So if we want DRCOG to be working to hold them accountable, that'd be great. They could do it out of their funds. But in the meantime, instead of taking another $147,000 of our general fund money for this purpose, the money could come from the Department of Local Affairs, who received something like, I want to say 35 million, but that may be a little bit high. But they received general fund money last year to fulfill their duties in that transit-oriented community bill. General fund money that they have not spent at all. I'm sure they could find $147,000 and grant that right on over to the Denver Regional Council of Governments, who would be eligible as a local planning agency to receive the funds. And there's no reason we have to fork over another $147,000. So I would ask for an aye vote on L019. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L019 to SB 161? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L019. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L019 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion on, is there further discussion on SB 161? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of 161. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 161 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, could you please, oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Concurrent Resolution 002 until tomorrow, April the 22nd, Tuesday, April 22nd.
Okay, sorry, the motion is to lay over SCR 25002 to tomorrow, April 22nd, did we say?
April 22nd.
April 22nd. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SCR 25002 will be laid over till tomorrow. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1225 until Friday, April the 25th.
Thank you. The motion is to lay over HB 1225 to April 25th. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. HB 1225 will be laid over till 425. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1004 until Wednesday, April the 23rd.
Thank you. The motion is to lay over HB 1004 to 423. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1004 will be laid over till Wednesday, 423. Okay, Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title of SB 25273?
Senate Bill 273 by Senator Roberts and Representatives Smith and Soper concerning the retention of blood draws for 14 days for use in investigations.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 273 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you. To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we adopted what was essentially a strike below, though not formally one, that moved the entirety of this bill to Title 30. It was originally in Title 16, which makes it confined solely to coroners. And I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Sorry, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I bring forward this bill after working with some of the county coroners in my district who have asked for a more formal process for being able to have access to blood draws that are taken during the course of an incident. And when coroners become involved, that of course means that somebody has passed on. So this is about blood draws that are taken either prior or after death, but are now in custody or in possession by a hospital, and the coroners want to be able to have access to that blood because it helps them with their very important and somber investigations. So essentially what the bill would do is set up a process where coroners can request to a hospital to hold on to a blood sample for 14 days. If it becomes relevant in their investigation, they'd be able to take the blood and use it as part of their inquest into determining cause and manner of death. An important bill, and appreciate your support. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on SB 273? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 273. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 273 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1096 until Friday, April the 25th.
Thank you. The motion is to lay over HB 1096 until 425. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. HB 1096 will be laid over till Friday. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Got to go. Let me know when you're ready. You ready? Senator Kip? Okay, here we go. Senate will come to order. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 21st, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 30 as amended, Senate Bill 161 as amended, Senate Bill 273 as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Concurrent Resolution 002 laid over until April 22nd, 2025 and retaining its place in the calendar. House Bill 1004 laid over until April 23rd, 2025 and retaining its place in the calendar. House Bill 1225, House Bill 1096 laid over until April 25th, 2025 and retaining their place in the calendar.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Liston, Frizzell, I'm just joking, Catlin, Pelton R. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 30 is amended. Senate Bill 161 is amended. 273 is amended. Passed in second reading order and goes place account of third reading final passage. SCR 25002 laid over until 4/22/2025 retained its place in the calendar. House Bill 1004 laid over until 4/23/2025 retained its place in the calendar. House Bill 1225 and 1096 laid over until 4/25/2025 and retaining their place on the calendar. God bless you, Mr. Minority Leader. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 83.
Senate Bill 83 by Senators Doherty and Frizzell and Representatives Brown and Garcia-Sander concerning limitations on restrictive employment agreements.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we move to concur. No. Sorry. With House amendments to Senate Bill 83.
Any discussion, Senator Frizzell?
Not really.
Excellent. The motion is that the Senate concur with the amendments, the House amendments to Senate Bill 83. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 83.
The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 83. Are there any no votes? Senator Pelton B, Senator Pelton R, Baisley, Bright, with a, please add Senator Rich as a no vote on repassage of Senate Bill 83. Also Senator Liston and Senator Carson. Other no votes on repassage of Senate Bill 83. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 83 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 55.
Senate Bill 55 by Senators Winter and Marchman and Representative Joseph and Bacon concerning measures to involve youth in environmental justice and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 55.
Any discussion, Senator Winter, anyone? Senator Winter.
In order to not lose someone that is currently on the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, we expanded it to add the youth voice.
Excellent. Seeing no further discussion, the motion to Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 55. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston, Pelton R, Catlin, Frizzell, Rich, Mr. Minority Leader. This is not on repassage. This is on concurring with amendments, or concurrence, rather. Senator Pelton B, on concurrence. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 55.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 55. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Simpson, Kirkmeyer again, Pelton B., Bright, Carson, Catlin, Baisley. Yes. 4 hands. Senator Pelton R. Liston. With a, again, Senator Pelton R. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excuse. I don't even know what we're doing. Senate Bill 55 is repassed. There we go. Co-sponsors. Senators Wallace, Weissman. You're already on there. Exum is already there. You're just making sure it's all good. All right. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over consideration of governor's vetoes, Senate Bill 17, until Friday, April the 25th.
The motion is to lay over consideration of governor's vetoes to Friday,
April 25th.
April 25th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Consideration of governor's vetoes counter will lay over until April 25th. Governor's appointments consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar.
Member of the Public Employees Retirement Benefits Plan effective July 11, 2024 for a term expiring July 10, 2028. Taylor McLemore of Denver, Colorado to serve as a representative with experience and competence in investment management, finance, banking, economics, accounting, pension administration, or actuarial analysis reappointed. Members of the Board of Mortgage Loan Originators for terms expiring August 10, 2028. Josh Broadbeck of Denver, Colorado to serve as a representative of the public at large appointed. David Williams of Littleton, Colorado to serve as a licensed mortgage loan originator appointed. Natalie Lawson of Greenwood Village, Colorado to serve as a licensed mortgage loan originator appointed. Member of the Uninsured Employer Board for a term expiring September 1st, 2027, Jason Wardrop of Aurora, Colorado to serve as a representative of labor organizations appointed. Member of the Statewide Internet Portal Authority effective June 2nd, 2024 for a term expiring June 1st, 2028. Ernesto Chavez of Westminster, Colorado to serve as a represent local government reappointed. Members of the State Plumbing Board for a term expiring July 1st, 2025. Sarah Harkson of Thornton, Colorado to serve as a representative of Master Plumbers occasioned by the resignation of Sonny Welch of Castle Rock appointed. Effective July 2nd, 2024 for a term expiring July 1st, 2028. John Hill of Colorado Springs, Colorado to serve as a plumbing contractor reappointed. Members of the State Electrical Board for a term expiring July 1st, 2025. Benjamin Larkin of Castle Rock, Colorado to serve as an electrical contractor who has a master's license occasioned by the resignation of Elva Diane Lynch of Commerce City, Colorado appointed. For a term expiring July 1st, 2026. Tyler Bain of Brighton, Colorado to serve as an electrical utility professional member appointed. For terms expiring July 1st, 2027. Thomas Keel of Sterling, Colorado to serve as an electrical contractor who has a master's license reappointed. Mark Montoya of Ouray, Colorado to serve as a master electrician who is not an electrical contractor appointed. Adam Quintana of Westminster, Colorado to serve as a building official from a political subdivision of the state performing electrical inspections appointed. Yvette Roman of Denver, Colorado to serve as a general contractor actively engaged in the building industry appointed.
Very nice. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the appointments on consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar, which includes Taylor McLemore of Denver for the Public Employees Retirement Benefit Plan, Josh Broddick of Denver, David Williams of Littleton, Natalie Lawson of Greenwood Village for the Board of Mortgage Loan Originators, Jason Wardrop of Aurora for the Uninsured Employer Board, Ernesto Chavez of Westminster for the Statewide Internet Portal Authority, Sarah Harkson of Thornton, John Hill of Colorado Springs for the State Plumbing Board, Benjamin Larkin of Castle Rock, Tyler Bain of Brighton, Thomas Keel of Sterling, Mark Montoya of Ouray, Adam Quintana of Westminster, Yvette Roman of Denver for the State Electrical Board. Can I ask for an aye vote?
Yeah. Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes on the consent calendar? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointment to the Colorado Racing Commission.
Member of the Colorado Racing Commission, effective July 2nd, 2024, for a term expiring July 1st, 2028. John Hams of Holly, Colorado, a Republican from the 4th Congressional District, to serve as a representative of the racing industry appointed.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the confirmation of John Hammes as a member of the Colorado Racing Commission.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is confirmation of the governor's appointment to the Colorado Racing Commission. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the appointment is confirmed. Committee reports.
Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 84 be amended as follows, and if so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Message from the House. Very good.
The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 206 and has repassed the bill as amended. The bill is returned herewith.
Consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Schaffler.
Nope, no permission. Does he? It's not on the script. Yeah, I think we're good.
We'll take a senatorial 5. We back in the game. Consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 206.
Senate Bill 206 by Senators Bridges and Representative Byrd concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, except as otherwise noted.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 206.
Tell us why, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and most importantly, I want to say a deep thank you to the JBC staff that has managed to make it across the street today. Director Harper and Ms. Lowe, that's really all we've got. So to everyone else, I guess, yeah, you're welcome. I do just want to say a real special thanks, though, to Jesse across the street, who is the glue that holds all of the staff together. Could not do this without her. So with a big thanks to them, I do just want to say that we took a lot of what was offered here into account, accepted a lot of it, rejected a fair bit of it, and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 206. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, seeing no further no votes, with a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the first report of the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 206 is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 206.
Any discussion? Seeing none. The motion is to repass of Senate Bill 206. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Frizzell, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Simpson, Pelton B. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 206 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Come on.
Seeing none.
Just
Message from the, I'm sorry, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this is out of order, but we've got more of our fantastic JBC staff. We've got Mr. Gellender, we've got Pierce Lively, Taylor over here. None of this would have happened without the incredible support that we have. And so if we could all please just give a round of applause to the folks who made this happen.
Thank you all for the amazing work that you do.
I'll pay the fine.
That's all right. Message from the governor.
You're dead to me.
All right.
Override this.
Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 73, Military-Connected Children with Disabilities, approved on Thursday, April 17, 2025 at 12:30 p.m. Senate Bill 188, Fiscal Year 2025-26 Legislative Appropriation Bill, approved on Thursday, April 17, 2025 at 2:55 p.m. Senate Bill 171, Sunset a Commodity Metal Theft Task Force, approved on Thursday, April 17, 2025 at 2:55 p.m. Senate Bill 60, Repeated Phone Calls, Obstruction of Government Operations, approved on Thursday, April 17, 2025 at 2:55 p.m. Senate Bill 62, Failure to Appear Charges in Municipal Court, approved on Thursday, April 17, 2025 at 3:10 p.m. Senate Bill 58, Insurance Rebate Reform Model Act, approved on Friday, April 18, 2025 at 12:15 p.m. Senate Bill 87, Academic Adjustments in Higher Education, approved on Friday, April 18, 2025 at 12:15 p.m. Senate Bill 143, Extend Prohibition on School Facial Recognition, approved on Friday, April 18, 2025 at 12:15 p.m. Senate Bill 172, Uncontested Special Director District Election Cancellation, approved on Friday, April 18, 2025 at 12:15 p.m.
Announcements. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Education Committee will meet within 15 minutes upon adjournment in Committee Room 357. We are hearing one bill, 1307.
Very good. More announcements. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow morning, Tuesday, down in 109, Pastor Dan Fowle will be down there. Come feed your soul, and we'll feed your belly also.
Been feeding my belly all session, and I'm feeling it. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting at 4:20 in the 421, okay?
Yeah.
On 421, because there's an Easter and 420 joke that I could make, but I won't.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It involves being risen and then so
Stop
hot.
it.
Anyway.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
But we will be meeting at 421 in the Old Supreme Court to hear Senate Bill 281 for action only, Senate Bill 298, and Senate Bill 288. See y'all then.
Yeah. Announcement. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow in the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, we are adding several governor's appointments, and we are adding House Bill 1291. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, maybe, tomorrow afternoon. Thanks.
Pay attention.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you. Colleagues, we will be reading some bills across the desk. No need to return. We'll see you tomorrow. On that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate recess until 4:20 on 4:20. 4:21.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
4:20 on 4:20.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess until 4:21.